Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for August 5th, 2021. If I could ask my colleagues to please come online, and we're going to go to our Planning Commission Secretary, Ms. Fennessy, to do a voice roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. I will now start roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
And Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. And Commissioner Higgins, due to some video technical difficulties, is going to be joining us by audio only today, but we appreciate his participation. even under those circumstances. So let's continue on and go to our preliminary matters. First, Ms. DeBus, do we have any requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items?
Madam Chair, we have none.
Do we have any announcements or appeals?
I would just like to announce that the appeal of the project at 2 South Quarantina Street will be heard by the City Council this Tuesday, August the 10th. And Commissioner Wiscombe will be representing the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe, for doing that on our behalf. Very good. Let's go on to review, consideration, and action on the Planning Commission minutes for both July 8th and July 15th. Let's first take July 8th. Take a moment and get that in front of us. Any adjustments to our draft document for that date?
Madam Chair, I have a question about the minutes for that date.
Yes.
Was it the intent of the motion maker to require compaction soils testing be done when the project returns to the Planning Commission, or is that just something that would needed to be included as a regular sort of matter of routine with the building department later post land use approval? So it's just a question about what that means.
Let's go to that language. We have that on the screen in terms of Commissioner Higgins' question, and Commissioner Wiscombe was the maker of the motion. Did you want to comment, Commissioner Wiscombe, before we just look at the specific language that staff drafted from the transcription?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My intention in this, which number is it here?
I believe 10 and 11.
Okay, 10 and 11. Yes, my intention here is that since the soccer field the lawn got extended, that we do the core drillings and the compaction testing on the site prior to it returning to the commission, to make sure that it complies. They said that it was clean fill, and I think it's necessary also just to do some compaction testing since there was a considerable extension of the lawn. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Higgins?
Yeah, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Vondersen? Yes, please.
Thank you. I also wanted to mention that I had requested that the motion include a new way of providing information, not a new way, but an additional set of information to be provided with the plan set. You may recall that I had requested to show existing conditions of the site and then the proposed conditions of the site so that we can see what it was before in comparison to what it is now, instead of a simple as-built what we see now. I remember speaking about that and it being expressed that we would add that, but I don't see it here. How can that be resolved?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Vondersen, I did not make that as part of the motion. I remember your comments and I took them to mean that that was a request and a condition for when they return, that it would be less confusing to see what was proposed or what was approved and what actually got built. So I left it as a request and didn't put it in the motion.
I feel comfortable with that. Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you. Staff, I just have on page 4 of 5 in our packet just one small spelling correction, and that's for item 6. Towards the end of that sentence, it reads, and the use of the clubs, and the word equipment is simply misspelled. Clubs equipment only. So if you would correct that, please. Thank you. Okay, anything else of any nature in terms of edits or other adjustments to this particular item?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the minutes of August 5th, 2021 with the clarifications that were just made. Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge, for seconding that. Any discussion on that motion? Ms. DeBus, did you want to speak
Yes,
to us
just-
about this
Just
item?
for
before we-
clarity, the motion was to approve the minutes of July 8th and July 15th, correct?
No, we're just looking at July 8th at this time.
Okay,
Yes. We'll get to July 15th in a moment. We're just looking at July 8th. So the motion was, why don't we come back, Commissioner Wiscombe, since there was a bit, we stepped aside here to answer Mr. Buss' question. Just please restate.
I move to approve the Planning Commission minutes of July 8th, 2021. And I believe we've satisfied the additional questions that were asked by my fellow commissioners. Thank you.
Yes, and that's one spelling correction. Very good. And Commissioner Lodge seconded that. You're still satisfied. Thank you. Ms. Fennessy, could you please join us and do a voice vote on that motion?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. I'll now start the roll call vote. Vice Chair Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
and Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. Now we can go to our July 15th meeting minutes. Let's take a look at those. They start on, it's considered page 1 of 4, item 2C2. Do we have any corrections or other changes to these meeting minutes? This is pertaining to 701 North Milpa Street. And I don't hear or see any changes needed to that. Would someone like to make a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the July 15th, 2021 minutes.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you both, Commissioner Wiscombe, Commissioner Lodge. Any discussion on that? Hearing and seeing none. Ms. Fennessy, would you please rejoin us and take a voice vote?
Thank you. I will now start the roll call vote. Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Abstain.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
and Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Very good. Moving right along, let's go to back to Mr. Buss to see if we have any members of the public who would like to speak to us today on items not on our agenda.
thank you, Madam Chair. For members of the public that would like to comment on items that are not on today's agenda, please click the raise lower hand icon that's on the control panel, and then I will notify you when it's your time to speak. You will have 2 minutes for public comment. At this time, it looks like we have one speaker for general public comment. Anna Marie Gott, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. I'm actually just have one question, and it really has to do with, how the city operates with regards to staff and projects presented to you, and what you are really concerned about when you look at projects. A few weeks ago, you had a billionaire basically complaining about construction that had been done at the Montecito Country Club without permits, and that it impacted his view. And of course, there were noise involved too. about a month before that, you had a project at 2 South Quarantina that you approved. I just am curious if you looked around the area when you actually went out for that site review. Because if you had, you see some unusual things, like a cement pad that is directly adjacent to landscaping on Quarantina. There is no sidewalk. The cement pad is actually encroaching in the city's right-of-way. And I can send you a photo of it, or you can just, Google 30 South Quarantina, and you'll see that Marburg has, put a cement pad across 3 lots. They've also put in an unpermitted natural gas fueling center. If you looked at some of the other property that Marburg or the family of Marburg has actually purchased down in the area, you'll find an unpermitted cement and asphalt crushing facility and a green waste facility that Marburg also claims is permitted. And it's really strange how it's got all these land use permits that were never actually approved, but they've got other agencies' permits, such as air pollution and stormwater. So I'm just wondering, when a project gets in front of you, if you have an applicant that has numerous projects that have been all partially permitted, but then all of the permits have expired some decades ago, what your duty as a planning commissioner is to actually make sure that those other permits or those other properties come into compliance with the city building codes before you approve another project.
Thank you,
So I
Ms.
just
Scott.
want you to take that into consideration, because you've got a dirty garbage dump with what will be hundreds of gas trucks and no parking for any of the people that are driving those garbage trucks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Thank you. Mr. Busk, any other public speakers today on general items?
That is the last public speaker. Ms. Fennessy, have we received any written correspondence on general items?
Thank you, Mr. Busk. We did not receive any written correspondence. Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, colleagues, you can go ahead and turn off your webcams and mute the audio. We're going to go to our first item, and it's 816 Cacique Street. This is a continued item. And as you can see on the screen, this is a 2-year progress report that our Planning Commission takes up regarding the property at this 816 Cacique Street address, currently owned and operated by People Assisting the Homeless, or the acronym of PATH. So let me ask staff, do we have both a staff presentation and an applicant presentation, or just staff today with the applicant available for questions from the commission? Is that you, Ms. Broadison, who will be making, Mr. Busk?
Yes, Madam Chair. Kelly Broadison will be giving the staff report, and then there'll be presentation from PATH as well as the police department.
Okay, and then after Ms. Broadison's presentation, I'd appreciate from the applicant, if when you come online, if you could please let us know the various members of your team who have done a tech test and are available for questions today. I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Broadison. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioners. Thank you for the introduction. As you stated, People Assisting the Homeless, or PATH, is the organization currently running the homeless shelter at 816 Cacique Street. Slide, please. This is an aerial view of the location of the facility. You can see that it's just off South Milpas Street, with Cabrillo Boulevard to the south and Highway 101 to the north. Slide, please. The facility operates under a conditional use permit, which was approved back in 1999, and a complete history of the CUP is provided in Exhibit A of your staff report. Next slide. As part of the conditional use permit, the operators are required to provide a 2-year report to the Planning Commission describing how they comply with the conditions of their CUP. So they've been attempting to provide PC with a 2-year report every 2 years since 1999. And this report would touch on the overall operations of the facility, number of persons served, and complaints received and responses to those complaints regarding the guests at PATH. A complete summary of the facility's operations and condition compliance during the previous 2 years is provided as an attachment to the staff report. Next slide, please. Another condition of the CUP is that the operator of the facility shall regularly meet with neighborhood representatives in order to handle issues and concerns regarding that specific facility at PATH. Slide, please. The normal update would have been in October of 2020. However, due to restrictions arising from the global pandemic, PATH was not able to meet their 2-year deadline, and that update was postponed to March 4th. So originally, the Milpas Action Task Force was the forum for these meetings and included representatives from the area, from area property owners, businesses, and residences, and the city of Santa Barbara, volunteers and employees of the shelter, and the police department. And in 2016, the Milpas Action Task Force group evolved into a new group called PATH Neighborhood Partnership, or PNP. Again, due to the global pandemic and a decline in attendance, these groups were not able to continue meeting on a regular basis. So on March 4th, when PATH came to the Planning Commission, they asked for feedback from the Planning Commission on how to satisfy the conditions of approval that require participation of specific neighborhood groups that are no longer active. Slide, please. As of 2020, the PATH Neighborhood Partnership had a lack of participation from community members, and the group was discontinued. And this left PATH with no means by which to comply with that specific condition. At the conclusion of the May 4th, 2021 meeting, Planning Commission requested that PATH take several actions in order to remain in compliance with their CUP. They requested that, the Planning Commission requested that SB Act serve as a temporary stand-in to facilitate the required neighborhood meetings for PATH. PC asked that PATH should work under the East Side Regional Action Plan system and have one designated PATH representative attend those meetings. PATH should notify the neighborhood within a 750-foot radius of the East Side RAP meetings, and that the notice should include the name and contact information of the designated PATH rep. Next slide, please. PATH shall give a monthly presentation at the RAP meetings and shall notify the neighborhood when these presentations will be given at the RAP meetings. Minutes shall be taken at the monthly presentations and will be available to the Planning Commission in a public format. PATH will report back to the Planning Commission on their partnership at the end of SB Act's current June 21 contract during their 2-year report. And PATH shall present their recommended steps on how to move forward for compliance with the CUP conditions during the 2-year report. So those were the recommendations that Planning Commission made in March. Next slide, please. So today we have Tessa Madden Storms here from PATH to provide an update on their CUP compliance, and her written response is also attached as Exhibit E to the staff report. We also have Captain Todd Stoney here to provide statistics from the police department. And the next slide, please. So here I'll turn it over to the representative from PATH, Ms. Storms, and also the police department. And I have one more slide after the police department is complete.
Thanks so much, Ms. Broderson. My name is Tessa Madden Storms. I'm the regional director here for PATH Santa Barbara. And I put together just a couple of basic slides. The extensive written report is available to you, and I will be here to answer any questions and have any dialogue as it relates to that. But just wanted to give kind of a brief overview as we kind of start the conversation on PATH, our specific work in Santa Barbara, as well as some of our initiatives in terms of our community engagement activities. So just as kind of a reminder, I know many of you are very, very familiar with the work PATH does, but our mission is to really end homelessness for individuals, families, and communities. Our approach is person-centered, about community and neighborhood engagement, and really focuses on housing at the core. So interim housing, like we provide at 816 Cacique, as well as permanent housing, whether that's units that we're developing, which we have not had the opportunity to do yet in Santa Barbara, or programs like our scattered site permanent supportive housing programs that we launched earlier this year in town. So just a couple quick statistics. We provide housing and homeless services in 150 California cities and serve almost 20% of the state's homeless population, and have helped about 12,000 people move into permanent homes across the state since 2013. Next slide, please. So here in Santa Barbara, many of you, as many of you know, we came into the Santa Barbara community through a merger with Casa Esperanza about 6 years ago. And our focus in town is, and across the county really, is housing, employment, and health services. So we have a number of different programs that you can see listed here. Obviously, the interim housing is what people think about when they think of PATH, I think, because it's in our brick and mortar facility that you see there on 816 Cacique. But we have a number of other kind of extensive programs and services we provide to our homeless community and neighbors as well, included rapid rehousing, scattered site permanent housing I mentioned, landlord engagement through a program called Lease Up. We were active in the project Room Key, the South County project Room Key site, helping the county manage that throughout the global pandemic, as well as a new diversion program, which really helps individuals actually get diverted from the homeless service system before they might fall into they might fall into losing their housing. So here locally, since 2015, we've supported over 3,500 people in our either on-site or community-based programs, have helped nearly 600 people find employment or increase their income, and have moved 500 into their own permanent homes. Next slide, please. And then this last slide here just speaks to our community engagement efforts. So we are committed to neighborhood outreach, and many of these are outlined in our CUP and are directly addressing some of those expectations as listed, but we go above and beyond this as well. So we have staff that do daily rounds. We are keeping a by name list of everyone in our immediate neighborhood, logging incidents and complaints and reports. We've initiated community cleanup days once a month on the third Saturday of each month, inviting our neighbors, whether that be our homeless neighbors living within our facility, our staff, our residential neighbors, our business community to come together, our volunteers to come together and really support outreach and cleanup efforts in our immediate community. We also really are engaging our residents in these efforts, right? In addition to the community cleanup days, we have kind of revised our interim housing guidelines, which are also included in your packet, commissioners. The Good Neighbor policy, the latest update there, is also included in the larger packet. And we're really committed to kind of, really making these part of our staff processes as well, right? Through the addition of an outreach specialist that's unfunded. We're currently hiring for that position right now, but it's something that we've just seen in our 6 years serving and working in this community. What we've seen is that we really need someone committed to neighborhood outreach, and that's not necessarily security, although we are bringing on a security company as well in the coming months. But it is someone that's person-centered and person-focused, and not only focused on our homeless neighbors, but our business neighbors as well. So doing outreach just broadly in the neighborhood. And then we recently brought on a client relations associate who really works kind of at our front and is the face of PATH when people, whether they be visitors or community members, business owners that might come in to connect with us, or the residents that are living with us and working with us, that person is kind of the front and center when people come in and can really greet people and help triage any of these requests or concerns or issues appropriately. So I think, community engagement is part of our core strategy, not only in Santa Barbara, but really across the state. And it's something that we're absolutely committed to. That commitment is, I think, reflected, and it goes well with what's expected of us in the CUP. And we're really able to kind of invest in that in a number of different ways that you see here. So I'll wait for questions from the extensive report. But if there are anything, I am available. And also, Jeff Schaefer, as Ms. Broadison mentioned, is also joining us today to kind of share a little bit more about the progress we've made since the March 4th meeting in enacting that partnership. And so either of us will be available for any questions as needed. Thank you all.
Very, very good. Thank you. And Mr. Schaefer, since you're here today, are we now coming back to Ms. Broadison? Or are we turning it over to Captain Stoney at this point?
Ms. Chair Schwartz, I have, the way I have the slides organized is for Captain Stoney to provide his report now.
Okay.
And then I do have one slide at the end of Mr. Stoney's presentation.
Okay, very good. Did we fix your audio, Captain Stoney? Is everything okay now?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I thought that was rock music that we were hearing before when you were doing a tech test. So, I mean, while I like rock music, it would have been interfering. So I think we're good now. We're good to go. Welcome.
Welcome, and thank you for having me. I will say I'm pitch hitting today for Lieutenant Kushner, who generally handles this. As you know, it's our Fiesta week, so everyone's working till late in the evening. So he and I went over the slides a little bit yesterday, so I'll do my best to answer any questions. If I can't answer a question, I'll definitely get back to the committee with any questions they may have. But the one thing we both wanted to point out was the last 2 years has been very difficult in terms of calls for service and statistics in terms of street activity, because for a large period of this time, we did have a reduced service model due to COVID, where we weren't actively going out and dealing with some of the homeless camps or calls for service in general. So you can look at the numbers. I mean, they speak for themselves. We do show a slight reduction in 2020 over 2019. But again, I ask you to look at those slides with caution in that we weren't doing a full service in terms of some of the things that we do. But I can tell you that the relationship we have with the service providers has been great. They've been working with the police department, and we certainly couldn't have achieved the things we've had over the last several years without their assistance. So if you have any questions on this side, but as you can see, this is just a general street activity, our calls for service based on geographical location. We broke them down into the downtown, the beachfront, upper Milpas and lower Milpas, and we've shown a decline. And statistically, we're fairly consistent throughout the city. Next slide, please. Again, when we specifically look at our transit-related activity, and how that works is when an officer takes the calls for service, if they determine that somehow the call was transit-related, they will indicate that in the police report, and then we're able to pull that statistic. Again, you can see that for the most part, we're either at level or down. We had a slight uptick in the lower Milpas and the upper Milpas area. But again, I could attribute that a bit to just where we've been concentrating our efforts in the last several months. If there's no questions on these, I'll move to the next slide.
We'll come back to the commission for questions in a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioners, so in conclusion for the presentation from staff, PATH and Planning Police Department, staff would request that the Planning Commission comment on the 2-year report and identify additional issues or concerns that could be discussed in the next report, which is tentatively scheduled in October of 2022. And also formally recognize that other groups such as SB ACT, which is the group at this time, can fulfill the purpose of the condition that designated the previous Milpas Action Task Force for the neighborhood outreach. And then I'll just open it up to you for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Broadison. We're going to go to public comment next. So you can, yes, turn everything off on your end, and I'll ask Ms. DeBus to come back along with my colleagues to see if we have any members of the public who would like to speak to us on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For members of the public that would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand using the raise lower hand icon on the control panel, and I will notify you when it's your turn to speak. Each person has 2 minutes. At this time, it looks like we have one person with their hand raised. Anna Marie Gott, I have just sent you a pin that you can use to unmute yourself. Please let me know if that worked for you. We'll give that another minute, and in the meantime, it looks like we do have 2 other public speakers. So I will start with Devin Wardlow, to be followed by Natasha Todorovic. Devin, I have unmuted you. You can now have 2 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Members of the Planning Commission, I appreciate your consideration of PATH this afternoon. As a member of Santa Barbara City and an active person involved in PATH's great work in our community, I really want to commend the work that they've done and the work that they've done in times of very difficult with COVID-19. I have been actively involved in participating and volunteering with PATH for over 2 years and have been consistently impressed with the way that they run their facility, they treat their patients, and the way that they are truly committed to the Santa Barbara community and making sure that their efforts are yielding positive results. I'm impressed with the plan that they've put forward today in terms of increasing their neighborhood compatibility and outreach, and feel that they are on a great path to really make a good difference in our community. And I really hope that the Planning Commission will support these efforts and help and collaborate in helping our community address homelessness in a holistic manner. So thank you all very much. I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Wardlow.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Natasha Todorovic, to be followed by Anna Marie Gott. Natasha, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I'd like to make a correction because I was on the Milpas area task force. And just because a group is no longer active does not mean that they are no longer interested in the issue. We faced incredible stonewalling and resistance to change with Casa Esperanza. And for years, until we finally got concessions, then PATH took over. And we again got stonewalling and this festering, aggravating, ongoing, just chronic problem in our neighborhood. It's not that it didn't go away, it's that people get frustrated, banging their heads against a brick wall and not getting the changes that we need. So we got a few concessions, and the only way we got these concessions is because this CUP is up in front of you. And I'd like to just say that there are habits of how PATH is operating in the neighborhood that need to change. And you measure people by what it is they do when you're not looking. And now, with under scrutiny, under the microscope, yeah, they've stepped up a few things here and there. But I was over at PATH taking pictures of the folks congregating in front of their building the other day. And a guy came out who obviously worked at PATH, yelling and screaming at me for taking those pictures. So we need to change habits here. And we have a floor at which PATH is consistently operating. That floor needs to move up. The standards need to move up. The habits need to change. They said they do daily rounds. We still have people parked under the Milpas underpass. And that is a no lie, no sit area, and no actions being taken around it. So it's a problem, and we still have to deal with it as a problem.
Thank you, Ms. Todorovic.
And our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. You have been unmuted and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. I just have got a few questions, and one is, if you are going to be passing off the requirement for neighborhood meetings to SB Act, and you're not going to be making any decisions, further decisions into 2020, isn't just having SB Act holding the meetings a change? You know, I've been to a lot of these SB Act meetings, and at the beginning of the year, there might have been a few fruitful discussions. But I have to tell you, if you've been on any of the recent ones, you get maybe 3 or 4 minutes with PATH talking at you and no real discussion of the actual issues or what is really being done to address them. You know, I think it was sometime in March or April, there was going to be a document that was going to be sent out to everyone that was going to be a way for PATH to communicate to the business owners and neighbors how they can interact and report, you know, disturbing issues with PATH. And I've never received that document. And, you know, as nice as the people are over at SB Act are, they cannot force PATH to change. And if we don't have enough time in a meeting to even discuss the issues at PATH, I don't even understand how you can say that SB Act should be taking over the responsibilities that PATH has in the CUP. I drove down Cacique last week. There were people lying directly in front of PATH, which they're not supposed to be allowed to do. There were homeless people drinking and sitting in planters down the street and congregating. And, you know, I don't think I've told you this, but, you know, there's kind of a disturbing photo that I sent some time ago to Anthony Wagner when he was here. And that was a homeless person masturbating on the sidewalk at the corner of Milpas and Cacique. I had no idea what he was doing at the time, but these problems are persistent and you do need to clean it up. And if you make a decision saying that SB Act is going to be taking over the meeting, I don't know how that is not changing the CUP, and I don't know how you can take that action today because it wasn't noticed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
If anyone else would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand using the icon in the control panel. And if not, I would like to explain if the public would like to become an interested party on this case, they can either submit an email request to pcsecretary@santabarbaraca.gov or contact us at the phone number on the screen or submit a written request. And this information is all contained on the Planning Commission agenda. So if anyone wants to remain apprised of this project, please contact us. And now I will ask Ms. Fennessy if we've received any written correspondence on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Busk. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will bring it back to the commission now, and we'll ask both staff and the PATH applicant along with Captain Stoney, and I think we have Jeff Schaefer from SB Act available. Also, we'll start with our questions. Who would like to start? And please give Mr. Bolton some time to pull up the document, whichever one you'd like us to reference, so we're all looking at that. And just direct your questions to a number of our applicants here. Commissioner Wiscombe, did you want to start us off?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to. I don't have a lot of questions. My first one is with respect to the motion we made at the last meeting. Actually, I have a couple questions about it. One of the motion items was minutes will be taken at the monthly presentations to RAP and be available to the Planning Commission in public format. Are minutes taken at the RAP meetings? Maybe Mr. Schaefer can answer this, or? Hi, Mr. Schaefer.
Hi, how are you? Good to see everyone. We have we do not take minutes at the meetings, but I do have all the presentations that they have made at those meetings. They have been every meeting for 15 minutes. PATH staff are available. It's usually been Tessa or Jonathan. They've been on all my meetings to answer questions. And then they've been doing 30-minute monthly meetings related to some of the data that you saw today. So they've been regularly meeting that proposal. If I do need to take minutes specific to those presentation meetings, I definitely can.
Well, maybe I'd like to hear from my fellow commissioners on this, but I think what we're looking for, at least that was my intention as a motion maker, is that we have a record of people speaking at the meeting regarding their comments, whether they're positive or negative, both which we heard today, regarding PATH and their operations. So any way to record the public comments and make them available in a public format is, I think, appropriate, so that when we review again, we have access to what the public is really saying and what questions they are asking. So is that possible, Ms. Storms and Mr. Schaefer, to accommodate that as part of satisfying this part of the motion?
I believe so. Yes. Thanks so much, Commissioner Wiscombe. I think probably the easiest way will just be to record the sessions, as long as we continue to do them on Zoom. If you're comfortable and the other participants are not, and then that way we have the raw recordings themselves to pull those comments from and share with you all.
Okay.
Absolutely. I can record those. We can upload them to YouTube and we can make them available.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Commissioner Wiscombe, to you, Mr. Schaefer, I thought that on some of the wrap calls that I've been attending, that you have been recording those. Didn't I see the recording symbol come on, or not? Am I confusing that with other homelessness calls that I've been attending? Because there have been quite a few.
Right.
I'm trying to keep them straight at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what we try to do is, if we record meetings, sometimes that's put off to certain partners to record everything. So we've been trying to balance ones that we do record or don't. There's not a problem moving forward with recording each one of those PATH presentations. I do have some minutes because I've had interns, so I can go back through some of my minutes that interns have taken minutes and look at some of those other presentations. And like I said, I do have agendized items. I do have PowerPoints connected to this presentation. But I also understand that the commission's looking for community feedback within those meetings. So I think the best thing would be to actually have the recording for those meetings.
Okay, it's our responsibility to examine the conditions of the CUP for compliance. So I think, if we're going to switch to this, just one sec, Commissioner Bonderson, if we're going to switch to this, that, we have that available in a public format, and the Planning Commission was going to be the body where that's available in a public format. So I think we need to resolve that problem. Did you have something on that, Commissioner Bonderson? Go ahead, because I have a couple more questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Wiscombe. I actually have a question directed at you, and I appreciate your experience, honestly. I know that the videos are very valuable, but would it be helpful to also have written minutes that live on within the packets and so on as part of this arrangement?
I think. Yeah, I didn't necessarily. I appreciate SB Act and the RAP meetings and what the organization is doing and taking on PATH as part of that. I just think that if we have, because we have a CUP and we are charged with compliance with that CUP, that we, anything related to public comment or discussion about PATH should be available. And my intention was a written format, that it's available to the commission in a written format that could be in our packet. So I'm not looking for long, extensive, you guys have enough to do. That's not what I'm looking for, but I am looking for a system that allows the public to attend these meetings and speak up on what their praises are and what their concerns are with respect to PATH. So, and I think it would be valuable if that was recorded. You're speaking once a month, right? You're presenting once a month, right, Ms. Storms? That's your.
Yes, Commissioner Wisdom. So we're doing formal presentations once a month, but actually Jeff has been kind enough to give us agenda items on every week. So we have an opportunity for 2 to 3 minutes. It's not as long format each week. It's a little more informal. But once a month we're doing a formal presentation and have a longer section of the agenda carved out for our report.
Okay. And Mr. Schaefer, you had something to say on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Wisdom. I think that I also want to say that I have put time on every agenda, at least 15 minutes per PATH, so that questions can come from the community. So it's an open item. So I do think I will move forward working with Tessa on collecting minutes related to PATH at every meeting. So you would feel comfortable, because I feel I agree with the transparency, and I feel comfortable in the direction we're heading, that we've actually had less negative feedback over time. So I would love to have that recorded as well.
That's great. I really appreciate that, because it's all about transparency and allowing the public to as I said, praise or vent, whatever, and or discuss their issues or their praises about PATH. And that's the kind of information that the commission needs to see in order to decide on compliance with the CUP. So I really appreciate that. And then I just had another question on again, this was probably not my intention when I made the motion. PATH shall notify the neighborhood within a 750-foot radius of the East Side RAP meetings. Said notice shall include the name and contact information of the designated PATH representative. I understood from our packet, I'll never find the page again, that you sent out an email with said names and contact information. Is that correct? So I guess my question is, I want to make sure that list is totally up to date because I imagine it came from the Milpas Action Task Force email list, and things may have changed. And so if you can, do a scoping and make sure that you contact businesses that may not be on that email list, I think that's really important. And I also think it's important that you include that email in your next, or an example of that email in your next visit to the Planning Commission, so that we know that that's being followed through. So, and then I just one last question I had. Ms. Storms, you brought it up, the outreach specialist, but when I was reading the packet, it's also in there, and you said it's an unfunded position. But I think today you said that you're interviewing people for it, but it's still unfunded. Is that right?
No. Apologies for the confusion, Commissioner Wiscombe. So correct. So it's not kind of grant funded. It's nothing that came to us through like a either city or county or even private contract. So what we're doing is we're taking kind of our privately raised dollars and using those to fund that position. It is posted, and we are actively recruiting and interviewing for the position, but we have not hired anyone onto that role just yet.
Okay, but you anticipate, since you're interviewing, you anticipate hiring someone and using internal funds to fund it?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the
At
goal.
this point in time. Yeah, okay.
Correct.
That's great. And then just one final question to kind of clean this up, because this is kind of an interim step to use SB Act and the RAP meetings as the new replacement for the Milpas Action Task Force. So, Mr. Schaefer, you had a contract that expired June 30th, and I just want to put it on the record that got extended by City Council. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe, that's correct. We
Okay,
have an extension to move forward all our collaboratives for the city.
That's great. I mean, I'm pleased to hear that, and I really more wanted that on the public record that, you know, it was an interim thing, but you know, you had a contract that was ending June 30th, 2021 when we last saw this. So I just wanted to make sure that got extended so that this relationship, which I truly appreciate, can continue. And that's all my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner Lodge, did you want to go next?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm having a little technical difficulties here finding, well, I think I can find what I'm looking for. Commissioner Wiscombe asked the other questions that I had. This is kind of a minor thing, but it is, I believe, on the list of regulations that PATH gives to his clients, which includes, I think it's page 18 of 60C, outside of designated areas, no smoking is permitted within 20 feet of the building. Since this was drafted or written, the city has adopted a ban on smoking anywhere in public spaces. So that wording should be changed. It's a minor thing, but.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. We will absolutely change that. Yes, that makes perfect sense.
Okay. All right. So you'll reword it so that it goes with the current regulations, city law.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. That's all for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lodge, may I ask you, because you have such great attention to detail, as I know all too well, because we've been serving together for many years, is there anything else that you noticed in terms of what might be outdated or in conflict with new city regulations or policies? Because that's something of interest to me, and it's really hard to evaluate that word for word against what's changed since the original CUP was enacted or was adopted.
Not at the moment.
Okay. All right. I'll come back to you maybe, Commissioner Lodge. We'll see. Thank you. Okay. Which of my colleagues would like to go next with questions of staff or Ms. Storms or Mr. Schaefer or Captain Stoney? And again, if you would please, if you want to reference any documents in our packet, please reference the page and section slowly so that Mr. Bolton from our staff who's on hand can grab that and put that on the screen. Commissioner Reed, questions, please.
Yeah, Ms. Storm, in our last hearing, there was a number of public comment. I think there was public comment about a lack of notification. Can you just give some detail on the notification that's been given since our last hearing for these RAP meetings?
Thanks, Commissioner Reed. Yes, so I think we alluded to it a little bit in the conversations in the question earlier. There were extensive emails sent out. We did do just via email. I think the point was well taken and understood from our earlier discussion today around, I think, I think it would probably be a great idea to work with the city hand in hand to get the kind of, the full list of businesses and residents, and maybe send out now that we'll hopefully be able to kind of really formalize this partnership long term and not just kind of an interim solution, to send out those notices via mail. But we use not only our existing PATH neighborhood partnership list, but our existing community partnerships list. So everyone who is in our immediate neighborhood that is defined by the CUP, who we had email addresses for, received said notice. And I know Jeff also, and he can speak to it further, sent out the kind of announcement to the larger RAP meeting listserv as well.
Okay. And then we asked, like Commissioner Wiscombe brought up, for there to be minutes recorded. And we also asked that that a presentation be made each month. What was the reason for that not happening? I think there were only two presentations made.
Thanks for that, Commissioner. Yeah, I think we've been on the monthly cadence. I believe, Jeff, correct? There was 1 month that got shifted a little bit, but we've been on the monthly cadence, and certainly, I think we'll take those minutes, record, per the conversations that were had earlier as well. I think those are great pieces of feedback and things we can do to kind of improve the system that we have implemented these last 3 months as we move forward.
Okay, yeah, I think there were 5 months since the meeting, and the report said there were only presentations made in April and May, so nothing in March, June, or July.
Commissioner Reed, I could go back through, if you'd like me to follow up, I could go back through my agendas, and I'm pretty sure there's been 4 presentations. I'm pretty sure we missed one, and that might have been due to me and vacation, or it might have been due to somebody with PATH and vacation. I'm trying to remember.
I believe that's correct, Jeff. Commissioner Reed, I believe I only provided the 2 presentation decks, because I think when I provided those, we hadn't actually not given the 3rd presentation yet, or the 4th presentation. And then one of the months, I believe, was a little bit more informal, so I didn't have a specific kind of PowerPoint or kind of visuals to go with that presentation. But Jeff, yeah, maybe you and I can look at that and just confirm. But I'm almost confident that we've done each month of the 4.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Bonderson, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. Hello. I want to just follow up, kind of piggybacking on Commissioner Reed's questions, and ask you both about the outcomes or the experiences that you found in these initial meetings that you've had recently. Were you able to have a turnout that you were satisfied with, and with the notification that you did provide, how did that result in the in the participation in those hearings or these meetings that you've had so far?
Jeff, do you want to speak to that first? Thanks so much for that question, Commissioner Bonderson.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. I think I put together a little sheet for myself to kind of walk you through some of the outcomes, if that would be helpful. And I think I already mentioned this, but first of all, somebody from PATH has been available for each meeting. So there hasn't been a meeting since we started where someone from PATH wasn't there and had the availability to both answer questions and work with the community. I think some of the benefits that are happening now is PATH has established, these monthly cleanup days and invited the community to engage with those cleanup days. So they're moving on that. They've been partnering with these 30, 60, 90-day plans when it comes to the East Side community, actually reducing impacts or reducing homelessness in number. One of the things we have been working on that I've been waiting for the hire of this outreach specialist, because we are going to work on a 90-day plan. When we're talking about that local neighborhood, that local Cacique neighborhood issue, Jonathan's been really good about collecting data related to who's clients and who's not clients around in that neighborhood. So we actually have some data to work with the outreach specialists in order to tackle the issue when it comes to people loitering in front of path. Or one of the things I want to kind of speak to on this call is that the numbers, I just want to remind everyone that the numbers of people experiencing homelessness is actually, according to our census count that we did with CityNet in the fall of last year, is lower than downtown or the waterfront. So when you think about this idea that path is kind of a magnet, it's just kind of a myth. You would have homelessness on the east side no matter what. Now that doesn't mean that we need to work. So Tessa and I have been communicating about this 90-day plan as soon as they hire this outreach specialist. So we would be inviting community members who have concerns into a smaller team of people to work on addressing those concerns. So it's not just going to be SB Act and PATH. It'll be SB Act, law enforcement, CityNet, the community looking at, okay, what do we want to get done in 90 days? So I'm looking forward to that happening. The other issue that we're working on, where the city has funded us for this idea of neighborhood navigation centers. We want to have one at Alameda Park. We have one at the commuter lots on Castillo Carril. The idea of a neighborhood navigation center is meeting people where they're at. So we're hoping to develop a neighborhood navigation center on the east side, potentially partnering with a faith community, in which this same outreach specialist working with CityNet, working with us, working with behavioral wellness, we would create a one-stop shop once a week to meet with people that are in the community and maybe not connected to PATH. So PATH is a willing partner in that discussion as well to join us in that idea. So they're really wanting to they're wanting to take their role seriously for what it is, but also partner with everyone else who has a responsibility for reducing homelessness on the east side, and I appreciate that. I want to answer just a couple of questions while I have the chance that came up on the public comment. Those meetings I have communicated, so I have an east side email contact list of about 45 individuals that have developed over time. They get the agenda every week. I am willing to work with Tessa and PATH on again, kind of pushing this wrap out again if people do not know about these calls. So people do actually have the opportunity every week to come on and talk about their concerns. And when we start to look at the minutes again, so as we capture that for you, you'll be able to see the trends, which I take from you very important. We're not having that many complaints on the call. So you can look at it either that they don't know about the call, or they don't believe something's going to happen, or whatever that is. I'd like to figure that out. But there haven't been as many complaints on the calls. And when it comes to like the documentation that was mentioned, there are a few other things that we're working with PATH on as far as who to call, when to call, and what to say documents citywide, so that community members, one of the issues is the community members don't know, like the co-response team might be available, law enforcement with behavioral wellness, they're available Tuesday through Friday. And we need them, but sometimes community members don't know when to call 911, when to call non-emergency, when to call co-response, when to call the access line. So we're trying to create a document for the entire city that would include the east side to say, clarify who to call when, and actually what to say. What do you need to say if somebody is in need of dire need of help, or your safety is compromised? And so PATH is a partner. We have a call set up in September to get that document kind of finished. And they're partnering with that document. So the ultimate goal for me is I'm not city staff. So when you talk about accountability, I may not be the accountability official partner, but we're creating a feel of accountability over time. And Tessa and Jonathan they jump on calls with me whenever we need to work something out. So I feel good about where we're at. I hope that answers some of your questions. I probably took too long of your time, but I wanted to make sure I got all that information out in case we were looking at that later.
Mr. Schaefer, Commissioner Bonderson, pardon me for inserting myself. I just learned that we have a city staff member available to us who did not come online earlier, and that's Elizabeth Stotts, who's our community development programs specialist. She is intimately familiar, as I understand it, with the SB Act contract. So if there are any questions from you or Vice Chair Escobedo or those commissioners who have already asked questions, Ms. Stotts is available to us if you want to dig into that at all to better understand what the funding arrangement is between council and SB Act, since council approved the contract, and the details of the contract in terms of the role and requirements of SB Act. So I'll turn it back over to you, Commissioner Bonderson. So Elizabeth Stotts is her name.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair Schwartz. I was going to just build on something that Mr. Schaefer said, and I appreciate that you took the liberty to address some of the public comment. I wanted to go just a step further for my own knowledge, and perhaps, who knows, maybe it will satisfy some of our public concern. When there are events that take place outside of the property line, when you have loitering, when you have smoking or other types of activity that is unacceptable, unpleasant activity, how much of that is your responsibility to handle and to manage to the point where the public and the immediate neighbors and the concern can be handled by you?
Sorry, I'm finding my mute button. Thanks for that question. I think that is right. I think that can get tricky, right? And I think certainly to the extent that the individuals that are in question or are kind of engaging in not sanctioned activities are staying with us, are people that are living at PATH. We have a lot more leeway, right? We have a lot more ability to share, to reinforce our good neighbor policy, which everyone signs, to use that as a learning experience as we're growing and getting to coach them through their case managers, that's not acceptable behavior, reinforcing all of these things that we as PATH are committed to as neighbors and community members, correct? And so I think it gets a little sticky though when those folks are not living with us, right? Are not currently residents with us, when they might be just general community members living at other facilities. Some of them might not even be experiencing homelessness at all, but are connected to individuals in that community, right? So one of the things, and I know Jeff mentioned it a little bit, we've been really taking some good data of, individuals in the area, just so we can get a better sense of what we're looking at. So I'm happy to share a couple of those with you guys, and I can elaborate. But based on our kind of by name list is what we're calling it, and I know I mentioned that as part of my presentation as well. What we've seen in the last really 6 months is there are about 104 people kind of in the area at any given time. And what we've found, just kind of overview, are that 49 of them are people we've never seen, are non-clients. They are not living with us currently, and they haven't been PATH clients ever. 28 of the people currently in the area that we have on this list are past clients. They include people who have ever really received services at PATH, anywhere from 1 week ago to several years ago, and then 27 of those folks that that we've seen, or kind of just in the community at large, are people that live at PATH. And so those folks, they might be out in the community because they can't stay inside all the time. They might be walking around the neighborhood and things of that nature. But so that just kind of gives a little bit of a breakdown, and you can see that the majority of those folks are folks that we don't actually have any history or relationship to or with. And so for any one of those folks that might come into question, what we're doing is working with community partners like Jeff and CityNet, and contacting our other outreach providers if need be, and it's an emergency situation or a crime is actively being committed, looping in PD. So really working with the larger community to address those issues, while continuing to remind them that we are here regardless of whether you're connected with PATH or not. we are here, we have expectations in the community, and you're not to be doing this so close to our property. But obviously, that reminder or suggestion doesn't stick as well when the individual isn't living with us. So we kind of have to bring in the Calvary and some other supporters to kind of help wrap around that care and triage those individuals to wherever they might need to go. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Bunderson?
It certainly does, Ms. Storms. In fact, my takeaway, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my takeaway, and I hope that the public who's listening here today joins me in my learning here. I always am a little bit unclear about the responsibilities of the different organizations, and then when it becomes the responsibility of either law enforcement or other types of assistance. So my takeaway from what I just heard you say is that you really can only hold accountable those who are currently living with you, that they have an agreement with you, and those who do not have such an agreement, you still interact with them and you encourage them not to be doing whatever they are doing. And if they're not complying, then you bring in other resources. That's correct. Very good. That helps me very much understand, and I hope that was useful to others listening here today. Thank you for your presentation. If I have another question, I'll pop back in, but I'm satisfied for the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Bonderson. Vice Chair Escobedo, questions?
Ms. Stotts, did you want to add?
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. I did want to mention Elizabeth Stotts. Thank you, Chair Schwartz, for mentioning that I was here. I just wanted to point out that we do have a mechanism for reporting homeless encampments or individuals in need of assistance. It's on the city website, and that is one of the things that we're working with Jeff. He mentioned the citywide resource directory. That is one of the things that we've been trying to promote, a resource out there for the community to report to us when there is a person of concern. It is under SantaBarbaraCA.gov under the drop-down tab for reporting an encampment, and it comes to the city, and we can refer CityNet as needed for street outreach. CityNet has a good partnership with PATH, so if they can send somebody to PATH or put that client under CityNet's case management, there is that mechanism, and we definitely want to promote it. So I am working with Jeff on that resource that he referenced.
Thank you, Ms. Stotts. Good to see you both. Ms. Storms, my first question is to you, and it's regarding the community outreach position. And I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly. It wouldn't be just regarding PATH, they would be a part of the larger approach to the area. And so speaking about when interacting with persons that are not affiliated with PATH, and if I understand it correctly, it takes so many interactions in order to build rapport to connect them with resources. Is that going to be a part of their role as well?
Exactly, Vice Chair Escobedo. You hit it dead on. I think that this role is going to be really unique and needed in two capacities, right? In dealing with individuals who are living on the streets who we may or may not have any connection with, similar to kind of the breakdown I was just discussing, right? So they'll be able to really be, my intention is for this person to be out on the streets pretty full time, unless they're having to kind of come in and do some data entry and things like that we know is the reality of these roles, but that they're going to be out in our community, walking the streets, supporting not only our homeless neighbors, but our business community as well. So they will be that person that, is having the face-to-face interactions on a regular basis with our businesses and neighbors. The businesses, neighbors, just community at large will have their kind of cell phone to call in the need of any requests, and that person will be able to go address those in the moment. And to kind of build on our last conversation, making sure that if triaging their needs based on whether they are or are not a PATH resident or client or someone we know, right? And really working in concert with Jeff, his team, CityNet, their team. We all work very closely, and I think this understanding that it really does take a village to support these folks. But I think that we do, it's become increasingly it's become increasingly obvious that, we need a path outreach specialist as well, in addition to the CityNet, to really focus on our immediate community, right? And so to really take ownership of the area that's outlined in our CUP and really support the individuals, businesses, and community members that are living within kind of our bounds.
That's really exciting to hear. And then on top of that, you said that this person is going to be collecting data. They've already collected some of that. Is that something that we would be able to see next year in next year's update? And we would have
Absolutely.
look at the trends and what's going on?
Absolutely. Yeah, we would love to provide you all with that. And we're really looking forward to kind of having the opportunity and capacity through this person and, some of these additional kind of staff positions that, to really be kind of more intentional about our data collection and data focus. To that end, if anybody has anyone that is interested in this outreach position, we are doing some interviews, but like everyone else right now, we are certainly a little bit struggling with the hiring. I think it's happening across the board. It seems like in our middle post-pandemic lives here. So we would be love for anyone on this call or listening to share that information, because we're really excited to make that hire as well.
Absolutely. So in your outreach, you told us you did it by email. Did you connect with the city to send it to the interested parties list?
Yes, I believe we did send it to that list. Yes, Liz, Ms. Stotts and Ms. DeBusk and I connected to do that.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And then this question is for Mr. Schaefer, and just about the contract. Is it renewed annually? Is that how the current format for the contract is?
Yes, Vice Chair Escobedo. Annual. We go before the city. We present. I think the goal was to present after the city twice a year, and annual be on the agenda for annual funding. But if Liz has anything else to share, I'm pretty sure that's the way it rolls for us.
Perfect. Ms.
It's up to council, Vice Chair Escobedo. Yeah, it's up to council to renew the contracts every year.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, those are all my questions. Thank you so much for the thorough report and for being here today. I really appreciate all the good work that you both are doing.
Thank you. Follow-on questions, Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just noticed at the previous slide at the bottom, there are two positions that PATH is seeking people to fill. The first is the outreach specialist, and I think I know what that person does. The other is the client relations associate. Could you, Ms. Storms, fill me in on that?
I'm happy to, Commissioner Lodge, and I'm also happy to report that position has already been filled, which is also very exciting. So that position is kind of like our welcome and kind of our first meeting point for anyone who's coming in. So this person is sitting behind, if you guys have been to PATH, this person is helping to staff our kind of front desk to really support the residents who are coming in and out of the facility, kind of be the first line of defense for, in the absence of this outreach specialist position, for any issues that might be happening immediately outside of the facility. And that person can really help connect with not only the clients, but our staff who might need to come support addressing any issues. And then just also really being a point of contact for visitors and community members who may come in either, for business, or either come in to share a specific concern or share any information with us. So this person is just kind of really helping connect the dots between the residents who are living with us and also being kind of the friendly face, welcoming people in and helping to triage kind of traffic in and out of the facility and supporting any requests from the community.
Okay, thank you. And your residents, they have a certain time where they all have to leave the facility, and then what are those hours?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, so they don't necessarily have to leave at any given time, but we do have a curfew coming back into the facility. I'm trying to find it. Let me just look really quickly on so I can lead you all in the right direction of where it is in here. But it is in the that interim housing guidelines that we have, and I don't have your full packet, but it is on page, let's see, 6 of the interim housing guidelines attachment in your packet. Our lights are off. They're expected to be in the dorm from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. So we don't necessarily have a time that they need to be exited from the facility, because a lot of them are within the facility for the day, working with their case managers, working with their healthcare providers. We do have the public health facility on site 5 days a week, which is a really wonderful resource to have right there at our building. And so, our residents are not necessarily expected to exit the facility, but they are expected to be working on their housing plans and connecting with services and resources in the community or in the building. But the expectation is certainly that they are inside the facility from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. I appreciate it.
And if any of my other colleagues want to ask any questions or comment on the items that Ms. Storms was responding to, that's page 16 of 60 in our packet, also for Mr. Bolton, if he needs to pull that up. These
I have
are
a question for staff, Madam Chair.
interim housing guidelines. I think that's what you were referencing. Yes, Commissioner Higgins, please.
For Ms. DeBusk, I think, can we require that the applicant apply to amend the CUP?
Ms. DeBusk, are you available to join us? Thank you.
Yes, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Higgins, that is not something that could be done today. Like, this project is not agendized as an amendment to the conditional use permit. You would need to make comments that the project is not consistent with the conditional use permit that has been issued. And if that were the case, then we would move forward with an amendment.
So I wasn't clear on our format today. Isn't this kind of a group comment? It's not really a vote. Is that correct?
Correct. There is no action that will be taken today.
So in other words, we can, either the commission or the city planning director can require the amendment. Is that correct?
Chair Schwartz, Commissioner Higgins. So what I think we're looking for is comments from the commissioners to see if this is, if you feel like this is in general conformance, the proposal is in general conformance with the existing condition that had Milpas Action Task Force. If we get those comments and they indicate that it is, we would then suggest and ask that PATH submit for a SCD, a substantial conformance determination.
Did you just say, I wasn't really following you. Are you saying that regardless of what we comment on today, the option is, or there's a requirement to apply for an SCD?
So Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Higgins, they're not, the CUP specifically speaks to the Milpas Action Task Force. So we do need to take some sort of action, or PATH needs to take some sort of action so that we can demonstrate and document that this other proposed project is in substantial conformance with the existing CUP condition. If we got comments from the commission indicating that the proposed project is generally not in conformance, then we would probably require that they apply for a amendment.
Okay, so regardless of what's happening today, they're going to be asked to apply for an SCD. So if we, for example, if we say, yeah, it looks good, approximately, they still would need to apply for an SCD, correct?
Yeah, staff will reach out and ask for them to apply.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. That was my just only question.
Just for time efficiency, Ms. Ostranger, I'd like to, if you would please stay with me. Ms. Ostranger, thank you. Just as a follow-on to how you just responded to Commissioner Higgins, what level, if you can say today, what level of substantial conformance determination are we talking about in processing any change as an SCD?
Chair Schwartz, thank you, and Ms. DeBus can comment if she wants as well. And looking at it, I think it would be the level 2 at the staffing level.
Okay, so it would not return to Planning Commission either in what used to be lunch meetings, they were public but not televised, recorded, or our 1 o'clock televised recorded hearings. It would be at the staff discretion level only. Is that, because that's what you're saying. I know that's what level 2 is. I just am confirming that for everybody who's not familiar with our 4 levels, that would be the path, so to speak, or the process that you're recommending.
I'm gonna let Ms. DeBus speak to that, as that's more of a question that they handle over there based on their policies.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yes, it makes sense to do it at a level that's just staff, given that this hearing is providing the feedback that we may have gotten through another level of SCD.
Okay. To my colleagues, does anyone else, just thinking through if any of you have not had an opportunity to ask questions, or you may have follow-on questions before I ask mine? I'll just take a moment and see if anybody else would like to come back on. I don't see anyone, so let me jump in. So Ms. Storms, I want to come back to, I think it was Commissioner Wiscombe maybe that raised this initial question, and this is also for you, Mr. Schaefer. When we look at page 2 of 60 in our packet, Mr. Bolton, if you would put that up, and this is documentation about what occurred at Planning Commission on May 4th, specifically, well, let's just pull this up, Mr. Bolton, numbers 1 through 4, there we are. If you would just hang tight, Ms. Storms and Mr. Schaefer, I'm gonna go in order of the 1 through 4. And I wanna ask staff, and I don't know if this is for Ms. DeBusk or Ms. Ostranger, when we say temporary stand-in, see this is number 1, request that SBAC serve as a temporary stand-in. My recollection is we did not define temporary, well, temporary or stand-in. I think we conceptually knew what we were intending, but now my question to staff and for my colleagues to consider is how we define. Do we need to define temporary and stand-in? Or do we, in terms of the purpose of this relative to the CUP compliance issue? In other words, our discussion on May 4th opened up a larger recognition or acknowledgement that PATH was not attending what used to be considered, neighborhood meetings. The council made a decision kind of outside of the Planning Commission 2-year process to fund SB Act, and part of that new process, as we know now, is to host these weekly, right now, virtual, quote, neighborhood meetings. So I'd like someone from staff, and while we're waiting for staff to come on, Commissioner Wiscombe, I see your hand up to participate in this.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I didn't mean to butt in, but the reason why I'm participating is because I did make the motion and use the word temporary because we heard this item on March 4th of this year, and the contract with SB Act expired on June 30th of this year. So when I made the motion, I used the word temporary because we were not in a position to carry it forward beyond that date without council approving the new SBAC contract. So that,
Yes.
and maybe Ms. Ostranger can comment on that, but that's the only reason the word temporary is in there.
Okay, and then Ms. yes, I get you there, because, so Ms. Ostranger, when, I don't want to belabor this, but I think it's important because we're talking about CUP compliance and a substantial conformance determination and possibly, I don't know, maybe even a CUP amendment at some point. With SBAC's contract being an annual contract, but that is not the cycle that we're on for conditional use permit review and compliance with PATH. We're not on the same, they're on different rails, you know? So I'm just going to ask you to think about this, Ms. Ostranger, in terms of whether or not you might want to recommend to us how we somehow, I'll call it synchronize or bring together PATH CUP 2-year reviews, but SBAC is on a 1-year review of funding with a separate contract by council. I don't know. This is just, there's a disconnect for me, like a lack of synchronization. So do you have any thoughts for me before I go to my next question, which pertains to number 4 on the screen?
Chair Schwartz, to be clear, the motion that you made on May 4th was basically in the interim to get us here so that PATH could think about what they needed to do in order to, so that they could address the issue with the Milpas Action Task Force having gone away. So these 4 bullet points that you're looking at were intended to get them there and maybe look at future if continuing to do this. So I have a feeling that PATH is listening to this, and as they want to come forward with for a substantial conformance determination, that they'll be taking the commission's comments to heart. With regard to the reason why we think a substantial conformance determination as opposed to say an amendment to a CUP condition is probably the better way to go, because if this were to happen again, we could do another substantial conformance determination to pick up a new partner for PATH.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ostranger. Now on number 4, if I understood, and you know, in reading through the packet and listening to answers to my colleagues' questions about this, we expressed a very clear requirement for documentation to occur regarding PATH's monthly presentation in the weekly RAP meetings, the East Side meetings, Friday mornings. And I just want to double check with you. We don't have that in our packet, nor do we have videotaped or recorded, audio visual recorded sessions for the public at large and of course city decision makers to view. And I want to connect that with Exhibit F. You don't have to pull that up, Mr. Bolton, but Exhibit F is in our packet. F as in Frank is entitled SBAC East Side RAP Meeting. Well, PATH Santa Barbara SBAC, but there's not much here. And there certainly aren't meeting minutes, as some of my colleagues have asked about. So what, if anything, additionally would you like to comment about that? Because also some members of the public told me that they were told that some of these, not necessarily East Side, but even waterfront West Beach RAP meetings would be, if not recorded, then documented with meeting minutes. And I don't see that process occurring. Do you have any further feedback on that?
Chair Schwartz, I can start. My apologies for missing number 4 on collecting those minutes. So I have been just through the chat window working with Tessa on the plan moving forward to make sure we capture minutes. So we've kind of worked a deal where once they bring on their outreach specialist, that specialist will help with keeping minutes related to all the meetings from the RAPs, and I will record the PATH presentations for the packet and for the community.
Okay. Hang tight if you would. I want to ask Ms. Stotts from city staff to rejoin us. I have a question for you, Ms. Stotts, about the SBAC contract and whether or not there are any requirements in the contract for documentation of the weekly wrap meetings in any form, whether it's just an outline or anything. Thank you.
Chair Schwartz, no, the agenda, I'm sorry, they are not required to take minutes of the neighborhood wraps. Their mission is more purpose-driven, and they come up with strategies together as a discussion, and then Jeff guides the discussion into action plans. I would venture to say that since we're talking about PAP conditional use permit, the responsibility to document proof of attendance and presentation should be the responsibility of PAP.
Okay, and back to you then, Ms. Storms. Thank you, Ms. Stotts. So then you're going to designate, am I understanding correctly, you're going to designate one of your city staff to begin memorializing this? Okay.
Absolutely, Chair Schwartz. And I think with the video, with the recording piece too, Jeff and I have been discussing, I think that will help, and we can then capture anything we might have missed in live time and make sure we're documenting it after the fact if we don't catch it during the meeting.
Okay, very good. And then I wanted to ask you about a comment that a member of the public made, Ms. Todorovic, about taking photos and the way she describes the reaction from what she assumed was a PATH employee coming out outside as she was doing that. Are you aware of, and have you spoken with Ms. Todorovic about that interaction?
I am not, Chair Schwartz. I had not heard that until today. I will certainly reach out to Ms. Todorovic and make sure that does not happen again. Our employees, absolutely, that is an unacceptable way for them to be reacting. We are, we're always protective of the privacy of the people who are living with us, certainly, but that does not excuse behavior like that Ms. Todorovic mentioned. So we can connect on that, but know that is absolutely unacceptable in my eyes after the first time hearing this, and we'll work together to kind of move forward from here, and I'll certainly address it with that staff if we can identify who that staff member was.
Okay, thank you so much. Lastly, and this just really came to me, I want to come back to Ms. DeBusk and Ms. Ostranger for my last question. As staff proceeds with, I'll call it a substantial conformance determination, if that's the right next step, will there be a complete review, and to you also, Ms. DeBusk, a complete review of the CUP language such that any outdated or conflicting language with a defunct, I'll call it defunct or no longer existing entities like the Milpas Action Task Force, and or changes in city regulations or policies, which, for example, Commissioner Lodge pointed out regarding our outdoor smoking policy. Are you going to be going through the CUP to identify that type of language issues so that we can clean that up also in the course of the SCD? Is that possible, and would that be beneficial?
Chair Schwartz, that's not something that we would typically do because the conditions of approval are outlined in a resolution that's approved by the Planning Commission. So that's not something we can just go in and edit. I don't know that updating those references in an SCD really would help because it's very common that things like that change, and so it's something that we're used to working with. The owner might change, the operator might change, and so that is a common occurrence. And I don't believe that there are any other conditions that have outdated references other than the one that we're dealing with today in terms of the Milpas Action Task Force.
Okay, I'm gonna think about that. Ms. Storms, were you going to comment, or did I hear somebody else starting to speak?
Chair Schwartz,
Oh, yes, Ms. Ostringer.
I just wanted to give the commissioners some comfort that even if there's a condition of approval with like for example, the smoking that is outdated and not in conformance with our ordinance will trump that condition. Our ordinance is more restrictive as to smoking. So even though it says, I think 20 feet from the building, there's no public smoking in Santa Barbara. So that just trumps that condition.
Okay, well, I'll just say, Ms. Ostringer, to wrap this up. It's one thing for you to know that, or for me to know that, but there are many others who will be using and needing to abide by this document, all the documents relative to PATH and the conditional use permit. And the question is, if we increasingly have, I'll say over time, an outdated or conflicting CUP or resolution, it's going to become more problematic for future planning commissioners, others, new employees at PATH, to understand perhaps how to interpret, how to read and comply with the CUP, because they're not going to scour the city website to see which regulations and policies have changed and go back and forth with the CUP or the resolution to see what they have to comply with in terms of stricter or looser. So I just think having it all in one document and the document being current and accurate is best for all concerned. So we'll see how to handle that. So back to my colleagues, who would like to make some comments as we're not going to take any action, but concluding comments on where we are and next steps. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I really appreciate the cooperation efforts that have gone on here between PATH and SB Act and staff, and I think everyone's doing a marvelous job. So I truly appreciate that, and I'm sure my fellow commissioners agree with me. My comments are just going to be very brief, and they're based on what I've heard today from my fellow commissioners too, and from myself. I think we need to change the smoking and the good neighbor policy. And these are all comments that relate to the next time PATH comes back to the Planning Commission for the CUP review. So we need to change the smoking policy in the good neighbor policy per our city ordinance, as Commissioner Lodge recommended. We need to document public comment regarding PATH at the RAP meetings. And from what I understand, this is, particularly from Ms. Stotts, is the responsibility of PATH, and they need to be made available to the Planning Commission at the next CUP review. And I want to ensure that the 750-foot radius notification is up to date. So I think PATH needs to work on that, and they will need to provide examples of that notification at the next Planning Commission CUP compliance meeting. And I'd also like to say that we formally recognize SB Act as the fulfilling body to replace the Milpas Action Task Force, and that staff initiate a substantial conformance determination, that staff initiate and implement a substantial conformance determination that covers SB Act, taking the place of the Milpas Action Task Force and any other items that need to be updated. This is all done by staff. And those are really my comments. And thank you all.
Thank you. Vice Chair Escobedo, comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just start by saying thank you to both Ms. Storms and Mr. Schaefer for being here and the work that they're doing. All of the comments that Commissioner Wiscombe made personally, I'm really excited about this outreach. I think I'm pleased with the changes that have been made since our hearing. For me, I'm very much in support of a summary of an outreach schedule leading up to the next update. So I know there's going to be an outreach schedule for this new outreach position. It would be good to have a summary of what some of the outreach efforts were. I'd also like to add to what Commissioner Wiscombe outlined for the next update and add a noticing summary. So what efforts were made in terms of noticing. And then, as you said, examples of that. I would also like there to be, in addition to mailed noticing or emailed noticing, there'd also be mailed noticing. And then in terms of the substantial conformance determination or amendment, I personally am in favor of the substantial conformance determination. The amendment, it's much costlier, and the way I see it is PATH is putting money where it counts. They're hiring these new positions. It's gonna make a difference, and we're gonna hear about that difference next year when we get to see the data and we get the update. So thank you to PATH and SBX for all the good work that you're doing, and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Who would like to go next with comments?
I'll go.
Okay, Commissioner Higgins by phone. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So, I mean, I like everything I've heard. I think the right people are involved. Definitely a lot has changed since the use permit was approved, to mechanics of how we do outreach, et cetera. So, but I really feel that we need to have a CUP amendment and not an SPD. So I'll agree with one of the public speakers earlier about that. Here's why. I don't want to overburden the applicant or staff, but a couple things. One of which, and I think I mentioned it at our last hearing, there's a really long list of people that were involved in this permit over the years. And so that was kind of an agreement that was made at the time with a lot of people that the rules would be the rules. And, you know, we don't change the rules. I think we have to be a little bit more substantial about how we change the rules. And I think we have good reason to change the rules, but it's almost a little bit disrespectful to not re-engage the community in a substantial way when there was an agreement in place. And so there's that, plus there's some material things that are changing, I think, that could use additional public comment at the Planning Commission. One of which is a change to the alcohol and drug policy. Probably have a really good reason to make that change, but that's a change I think needs to be vetted, and we need to hear from the public on that. So I'm not comfortable with the SCD unless it comes back to commission. Don't mean to be a technocrat about these things, but you know, there's findings to make when you amend a CUP, and I think it would behoove the commission to be involved in that process. I think the other thing I heard is that there may be some other things in the use permit resolution and conditions of approval that could also stand to be changed. And here's my last pitch. I see a lot of CUPs, and I see a lot of conditions of approval, and I see overprescribed rules and regulations that applicants get signed up for. So we might want to take advantage of softening some of the CUP conditions or broadening the flexibility in the future so that the applicants don't have to come back for further CUP amendments. But the right way to do that, to loosen for future mechanical changes, would be really to have a hearing to do that. So that's my pitch, Madam Chair. I really do appreciate everybody's participation. It sounds like we're heading in the right direction. I just want to make sure the public is is duly noticed and has participated in it.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Bonderson, comments, please.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I believe that Commissioner Higgins brings up a very good point, and I follow in agreement that if there are changes being made to the CUP and it's appropriate that that type of project, in this case here, this project would come back to us for oversight for findings that may need to be made. And especially in the event that there's multiple changes and updates that need to be provided to make sure that the documentation that follows along in the length and time of this project is up to date and available appropriately, accessible for anyone following along the CUP as it lives out its longevity. I'm also in agreement to say that I'm very pleased to see that the comments that we made back in March were not only respected, but they were in nearly every case achieved. And it's always very nice to see that an applicant is able to do that, to reach those recommended goals. And in a case like this, I'm very happy to know that the public outreach has been set back up in a positive way. And I agree with Commissioner Escobedo when he suggested increasing a steady type of notification. So not just email, but written notification, so that we continue to make sure anyone who is interested can participate. And again, with all of the comments that were made initially by Commissioner Wiscombe as she leads us out the door here, I feel very comfortable with the comments that she made. The only alteration or maybe question that I would add here is, do we want to make that decision today, or do we want to recommend that the project comes back for findings, as Commissioner Higgins spoke on? And so if that is something that we can discuss and decide upon together, I'd appreciate that.
Commissioner Bonderson, do you have a question for staff regarding that aspect of the process?
Certainly. Why don't we ask that question now? Who would be in a position to inform us if that is an appropriate next step? If that is something that is available to us. Hello, Ms. Ostringer. Nice to see you.
You as well, Commissioner Bonderson. You cannot take any action today, so we're listening to your comments and we'll make the decision on how to move forward based on your comments today.
Very, very good. Thank you.
Vice Chair Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies to Commissioner Bonderson, but Ms. Ostringer, my understanding is that the big mistake that we made is when we drafted the CUP, we used the specific name of the organization. And that's why we've gone back to SCDs every time that it's changed, because the organization is now defunct. And really what we're determining is, does this arrangement meet the spirit of what MADIF was in place in the CUP, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That concludes my questions, Madam Chair.
Thanks. And Commissioner Lodge, Vice Chair Escobedo, were you still? No, you were okay. Before we begin with you, Commissioner Lodge, or your comments, I'm going to ask staff, probably Ms. Ostringer, to stand by, because I have some follow-up questions specific to the multiple references of the Milpas Action Task Force, not just by name, but by actions required, and then that connection to Casa Esperanza and El Paso. So please stay tuned. Commissioner Lodge, your thoughts, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In some ways I'm sorry I brought up the change in the smoking ordinance. The only reason I brought it up is because it's something that PATH can simply reword. And I was concerned about it because it's in the list of regulations that they give to their residents. So that's going to be taken care of and no problem. I don't see a need to get into the whole issue of the CUP itself. This is just their biennial report. And yes, some things have changed, such as, the Milpas Action Task Force no longer exists, but I think, that we can, as it says on the screen, formally recognize that other groups such as SBAC at this time can fulfill the purpose of the condition that designated the Milpas Action Task Force. And I appreciate very much the work that isn't always easy that PATH does in helping the homeless in our community get back into the community in a productive way. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed, comments?
Yeah. So support the update to the smoking ordinance. It's disappointing that presentations were asked for each month and only a few were made and that minutes weren't recorded. This seems to be a reoccurring issue. I think when we heard this, heard from PATH the last time, from my perspective, neighborhood meetings were just not a priority. And so with that said, I would be supportive of an amendment versus an SCD. I think this warrants coming back to Planning Commission with findings, and we really sort this out. I agree with Commissioner Escobedo on the mail noticing. I don't think email is enough. I think that does it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just see if I'm overlooking any of my colleagues for comments. Okay. So let's see, a few of my own then. First, I want to recommend, even though we're not taking an action, that in any consideration of embarking on a conditional use permit amendment versus a substantial conformance determination, I'd like the city to consider waiving any fee. You heard Vice Chair Escobedo talk about a potentially costly process for PATH, which is a tax-exempt charitable organization. I'm sure operating on thin margins, as most of our nonprofits do. And so if in fact, let's say the majority of the commissioners would like to recommend or believe it's important to recommend a more holistic review of the CUP in an amendment as opposed to an SCD, then I would ask the city to waive any cost, any fees for PATH to make this, to ensure it's not a financial burden. And if in fact, and I don't know where that has to go to do that. Does it have to go to the council? Could it just be a city administrator or community development department director decision? But let's just assume for a moment that we can waive the fee, and I'm hoping that we can. There are enough issues, outdated issues, and requirement language, I think, in the original CUP, and I'm looking at the 2009 CUP. I'm not going to ask Mr. Bolton to put it up on the screen. It's not just a phrase here or there. I don't want to suggest any staff members contradicting themselves or us, but I just want to give two examples. In one section of the CUP, I'm going to tell you where it is, and again, Mr. Bolton doesn't have to pull it up, but it's Neighborhood Watch Patrol. There's a reference to documentation by a defunct group, and that's the Milpas Action Task Force. So the Milpas Action Task Force used to take meeting minutes, and those of us like Commissioner Lodge and I, through the years, we've seen all these meeting minutes. Well, those meeting minutes, you can now think SBAC as opposed to Milpas Action Task Force. Those meeting minutes recorded requirements, well, both reports and requirements or commitments from then Casa Esperanza, now PATH. In that SB Act is not required under their contract to do that. We have no entity outside of PATH itself, kind of self-reporting. So Neighborhood Watch Patrol that references in the original CUP that the Milpas Action Task Force is documenting this. And therefore there's a connection between that and PATH and what PATH is supposed to be doing in terms of commitments. That's a big gap. There's also the report to Planning Commission. Item, oh, this is 1012B. It doesn't matter what it is. It's okay. It's on page 59 of 60 in our packet. Here again, there's a reference to Milpas Action Task Force and objectives that are documented by that entity no longer exists that pertain to or connect to past obligations, commitments and obligations. So I don't think this is a matter of just a few words being changed. And I think for that reason and other reasons I've already expressed, and I've heard from a few of my colleagues, I think this does warrant a CUP amendment. However, I don't want there to be a financial burden on PATH to do that. So it would be my recommendation, again, not in a way of a vote, but like my colleagues' thoughts about this, if we can waive the fee, so there's no financial burden on PATH, is there a majority thought or support for a CUP amendment that would come back to Planning Commission in a public hearing so that we could really clean up what I think is an outdated and in some ways problematic original CUP as this moves forward, for PATH to do all the important work we need them to do, and city decision makers understand what those obligations are, and for the public to understand what those obligations are, so that we're all working together and holding the operator accountable, and we have clear rules of engagement. I saw Ms. Ostringer, you come back on first. Those are my comments for today, but Ms. Ostringer.
Chair Schwartz, yes, thank you. This has been agendized as just to receive a report, and so you can't make any decisions informal.
I understand.
So we're just, we're taking your comments as we go.
That's right. And if any of my colleagues would like to comment to my thoughts, I'd appreciate it. I apologize. Vice Chair Escobedo, were you next on screen, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. I just have to respectfully disagree with my fellow commissioners that want to go the CUP route. I think if we looked at any CUP that's been around for decades, we're going to find outdated terminology. We're going to find reasons or things in that might be outdated. I think the spirit of this CUP is in line with the work that is done today and will be done, hopefully, going forward. And in terms of accountability, that is exactly why I'm coming back next year. And that is, I think we and the get to hold them accountable. Going through the CUP process, whether it's free or of charge, takes away from the work that they're doing, the very important work that they're doing. And I think that their partnership with SBA is effective and the most effective that we have seen with this particular, whether it's PATH or Casa Esperanza, they are doing the work and we're going to see it. And if it's not up to the standards, we get to hold them accountable next year. I just think that SCD is totally justifiable and it meets the spirit of what was agreed to in this CUP. The city made a mistake, in my opinion, by putting the specific organization and putting responsibilities in the CUP that were out of PATH control. And so this rectifies that through this SCD process, and I think it's totally justifiable. And I think Ms. Ostringer would tell us if it was otherwise.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Before we turn it back over to Commissioner Wiscombe for follow-on comments, I would just add that the council created the Milpas Action Task Force. In my multitude of binders somewhere, I have that document. And so it's a little bit of now an oddity. It's more than an oddity. And that's what led me to go back and ask myself and ask us if, if there's a course of action that could, to your point, clean it up, in fact, so that future operators and decision makers and members of the public can have maybe a smoother process. But over to you, Commissioner Wiscombe, for follow-on comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with Vice Chair Escobedo's comments. And just to follow through on something you said, Madam Chair, about waiving the fee for a CUP amendment. A CUP amendment is going to cost PATH time, and time is money, and it's going to be time and money that are taken away from their primary responsibilities. As Commissioner Escobedo said, and pretty much Ms. Ostringer confirmed, this SB Act at this point in time meets the spirit of the CUP, and I think that's what we're after, and not burdening PATH with a lot of extra work and negotiations, et cetera, to get involved in a CUP amendment. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Anybody else like to comment before we adjourn this item, since we're not taking any action? Commissioner Lodge, please.
I just want to add that I also support Commissioner Wiscombe and Commissioner Escobedo's position on this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge.
Let PATH do their work.
Thank you, Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Lodge.
just one more
Yes,
comment,
Commissioner
Madam Chair.
Higgins. Yes, Commissioner Higgins, please.
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with this. I don't really want to overburden anybody, but I think it sets a pretty dangerous or bad precedent. That we don't hold people accountable to the way the rules, exist. So that you don't want them to take their focus off of something, I can appreciate, but I can find a lot of other applicants that would like that same treatment when they want to make changes to a CUP or a permit too. I think they've got the staff. I think they've got the ability, and I don't think it's a lot of work on the applicant's behalf. It's really just for staff to process the documentation. So I'm gonna just request that we require the applicant to do the right thing. There's material changes to the permit, particularly the alcohol policy. So I just think that needs to be in a public hearing.
Ms. Ostringer has rejoined us, Commissioner Higgins. Ms. Ostringer?
Chair Schwartz, sorry, I hate to interrupt. I just know that the discussion is moving a little off from what we've agendized, so I was hoping we could move it along a little bit.
I think that means I have a point on me for today's hearing, right?
Absolutely
No,
not, Commissioner Higgins.
No demerits. No demerits.
I'm sorry. I just didn't want to delve too deeply and end up informally getting to a vote of some sort. So,
well, we're just commenting. We're commenting. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Bonderson, did you finish up your comments? I apologize. I don't recall, and I didn't want to overlook you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly appreciate your attention. I am personally caught in between a rock and a hard place because I feel the same interest as my fellow commissioners, Lodge and Wiscombe and Escobedo, that we don't want to hinder the good work and the important work that PATH does in our community. I want to be supportive and certainly give them the ability to have a straight path forward. However, I'm also on the fence because I strongly agree with Commissioner Higgins and the fact that if there are some sort of issues that we need to manage with regard to a CUP and clarifying findings that have direct that are directly have been changed. Things that have been changed, like the alcohol ordinance or whatnot, that have been changed in our general ordinance, and that they need to be addressed. We can't just let that go. It has to be done formally. It has to be done in a public venue. It requires. I'm so sorry, I'm blanking on the word, but it needs to be done publicly. And so I would love to hear more, perhaps after this informational session has been concluded, so that our staff can provide us with next steps and what may or may not be allowed to be done for that purpose. Hello, Mr. Busk. Maybe you'll tell us now.
Mr. Busk, go ahead, and then we're going to wrap up this item and take a 10-minute break before our second item.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that the alcohol policy was never a part of the conditional use permit. That was something that Casa Esperanza had implemented, but it was never a requirement of the city.
Thank you. And since I have you, may I just ask, when things do change, for example, the smoking law has changed, or the name of the primary management, what do we call it? The I'll grab the acronym. It was MATF. When things such as that have changed, they're significant. Do we need any type of formal way of managing new findings? I mean, is there any truth to what Commissioner Higgins is talking to us about today?
So I guess I would relate it to, when the Milpas Action Task Force transitioned to Path Neighborhood Partnership, PNP. We didn't do a conditional use permit amendment. It was discussed at these 2-year check-ins, and they moved forward with that. And this is a little bit more than that, but it seems in line with that same type of change. Conditional use permits amendments are typically if something significant is changing in their operations or in something to that effect, which is why staff thinks that it's possible to move forward without doing a CUP amendment, that a substantial conformance determination basically says that what you're doing is still in conformance with the intent of the conditions. So that's why we weren't making any further recommendation today.
Thank you, Ms. Busk. I trust your opinion and your guidance, and if that's the way you say it should be, then that's the way I will follow. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes my thank you.
Okay, and I don't know if any of my other colleagues, Commissioner Reed, did you comment to the extent you wanted to as well?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, so that will conclude this item since we don't need to take any action. I'm just going to call it 3:15 in the afternoon, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. So let's just say we'll be back at 3:25, and then we're going to take up our second item. We're in recess. Thank you all. August 5th, 2021. And we're now going to go to our second item, which is an update, and a staff, I think, would describe it a check-in on the economic feasibility study for proposed multi-use housing development standards. And I'd like to go to staff to see who's going to make the presentation. And as you come online, I think we all would appreciate, if I'm hoping this is part of your PowerPoint, Ms. Metzger, to really frame for us the purpose and scope of the check-in, because we know that this is going to come back. I think it was October. Is that the correct time frame? Yes. So we all want to be very clear how to use our time today productively, in that there'll be a follow-on, like a part 2, so to speak. So hopefully you can help us with that right up front so that we can all use one another's time. And Commissioner Higgins has a hard stop time of 5 o'clock to participate. So Commissioner Higgins, if you're still on audio, I'm going to ask you to go with your questions first, just to make sure you get them in. And also when we start, come back for comments, I'm going to ask you to comment so that you can get your comments in before you have to depart at 5 o'clock. So with that, Ms. Metzger, good to see you, and please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Chair Schwartz, and good afternoon, commissioners. So we are here today, like Chair Schwartz said, to give you an update on our economic feasibility study for new multi-unit housing standards. And just to remind everyone, as we transition from the average unit size density incentive program, which was a trial program, to permanent standards for apartments and condominiums, we are calling it multi-unit housing standards. So next slide, please. In 2019, and then again in 2020, City Council gave staff the direction to change from regulating housing by density, which allows a maximum number of units per parcel, to allowing a maximum building size with floor to lot area ratios, what we'll call FARs from now on. In March of this year, City Council directed staff to start an economic feasibility study to study this new method of using maximum building sizes and FARs, and make sure that it's meeting the needs of our city. And so we have looked at getting an economic consultant on board, and the main tasks that City Council asked us to make sure that they looked at was to look at the feasibility of changing to maximum building sizes and how that change would create more housing that is affordable to moderate income households. They also asked us to identify any incentives that we might be missing that would also further the production of housing, both market rate and that affordable component. And they also asked us to find a consultant who would look at our inclusionary standards and inform us on if they are correct for the market and the city's density bonus ordinance, and if we needed to make any changes to that in this process. Next slide, please. And so to give you an introduction, we put out a request for proposals in May of this year. And then we held interviews with 3 different firms in June. And due to BAE Urban Consultants' experience in working with Southern California jurisdictions on affordable housing policy and their qualifications in an economic feasibility study and everything that comes with that, as well as a reputation that we garnered from talking to other jurisdictions that have used them on excellent service, they were awarded the contract. And so today, the rest of the presentation is going to be given by Aaron Baker, who's the Vice President of BAE, and Stephanie Hager as well, who is our project manager, is also on the GoToMeeting to help answer questions. And so with that, we'll go to the next slide and turn it over to Mr. Baker. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jessica. Can you all hear me?
Yes, is it Baker or Barker?
It's Barker.
And I don't know if you can adjust the blinds behind you. There's a lot of light coming in that makes it difficult to see your face clearly.
Okay, I can do.
No? Okay, that's all right. I didn't know if that window behind you has blinds that you can turn, but I think that's a little better. Thank you, Mr. Barker, and welcome.
Okay, great, thank you. So thanks, Jessica, for that introduction. My name is Aaron Barker. I'm a Vice President at BAE Urban Economics. We are a land use and real estate advisory firm that has been hired by the city for this economic feasibility study. I'm joined by my colleague, Stephanie Hagar, who is principal in charge on this project. And we are also working with John Kaliski and Wen-Chong Lai at JKA, and they are developing the prototypes that we'll be using for our pro forma analysis. So very glad to be here with you today and share a status update on where we're at. As Jessica intimated, the purpose of this economic analysis is to inform the city of potential updates to the inclusionary ordinance. We want to identify incentives that would further increase the production of affordable housing to moderate and middle income households, and provide data and feedback to ensure that this draft FAR map is appropriately calibrated to help the city achieve these goals. Next slide. Thanks. So in terms of scope of work, there are 5 kind of main components associated with the scope. The stakeholder outreach, which is what we are here to discuss today. But subsequently, we have our residential prototypes that we're working with JKA to produce. Those will feed into the financial feasibility analysis, where we'll be running pro forma models on the various residential prototypes. Those will lead to the economic feasibility study, which we'll share with the city, our findings. And we will be available to sort of support the public hearing process as it goes through the various channels. Next slide. So I want to take everyone through a high-level overview about what each of those scope items entails. So in terms of the residential prototypes, this is the phase of the study that we're actually in now, working very closely with our sub-consultant JKA. These residential prototypes are designed to reflect the full range of proposed FAR zones, so going from low to high, so we can kind of cast as wide of a net as possible to get the full universe of scenarios that you're likely to see in the pipeline. The prototypes are intended to apply the city's existing development standards that you're all familiar with, so height, open space, parking, and those are applied to lot sizes that would be considered standard for each of the FAR zones. So that is a piece that we're also working very closely with the city on. And also, the prototypes are incorporating feedback from all the stakeholder engagements that we've been conducting as well. So next slide. So the feasibility analysis piece of the scope, once the prototypes have been vetted, the next step will be to conduct our pro forma analysis. These are generally going to be structured to calculate the residual land value for each of the residential prototypes, assuming various thresholds of inclusionary affordability. And so that'll test the feasibility of providing on-site units in exchange for enhanced development rights. Next slide. So in terms of the feasibility study that will come out of this pro forma analysis, we will summarize the results of the pro forma analysis for each development prototype and provide any recommendations to the draft FAR map to ensure that the production of on-site affordable units is incentivized based on your local market conditions. Next slide.
Mr. Barker, you're fading a little bit towards the end of your sentences. Could you either slightly turn up the volume or move closer to your microphone if possible?
Sure, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay. With respect to the hearing processes, I think this had been sort of mentioned as we kicked off this presentation. We will be attending 2 Planning Commission meetings in October. So we'll have a lot more progress completed at that point. And then we'll be also meeting with the Ordinance Committee as well as City Council subsequently. Next slide. Okay. So in terms of the progress where we're at today, the stakeholder outreach portion is complete. That doesn't mean that there won't be any ongoing refinements to inputs as new information becomes available, but just that the formal interview phase has been completed. And the subsequent 4 phases that I went over previously are currently in progress. Next slide. Okay. So, why we're here today is to explain a little bit about the intent and the purpose of the stakeholder outreach that we have conducted to date. Sort of big picture, it is intended to help inform the development of these residential prototypes based on existing developments as well as proposed development standards. We are also gathering financial assumptions for feasibility testing and pro forma analysis, as well as soliciting general feedback on the draft FAR map that's been circulated. Next slide. So in terms of reaching out to folks, BAE and JKA, we've conducted interviews throughout the month of July from the 6th to the 20th. Pretty broad range of participants. We had developers who are intimately familiar with the local Santa Barbara market. We spoke with representatives from your housing authority, spoke with architects, designers, and site planners who have been working closely on sort of the prototypes that helped inform this draft FAR map, as well as entitlement and planning consultants. Next slide. And so we wanted participants to be as candid as possible. So we, for the most part, conducted these interviews on background. And some of the key questions that we directed to the whole group included sort of what has been their experience navigating the existing AUD program. So some of the strengths that they found and some of the critiques, if any. We wanted to get their take on the potential benefits and drawbacks of this proposed FAR approach versus the density approach that the city has been using up until today. We also wanted to get a feel for how their development projects might evolve under these proposed development standards. So we got a lot of great feedback there. Next slide. Okay. So we use these sessions as an opportunity to get inputs for the prototypes and pro formas based on these, the very localized experience that these stakeholders have. So getting a handle on the local market standard for development metrics, such as what they consider to be an ideal parking ratio that's marketable, bedroom distribution, what a minimum lot size would be in terms of making a project pencil. And then also gathering inputs for the pro forma analysis on the cost side, so hard and soft development costs, rates of return, capitalization rates, and other financial feasibility inputs. We should note that while these responses did and will inform our analysis, we don't rely on them exclusively. So we also look to publications like RS Means, CoStar, the city's own building permit database to vet these inputs that we're soliciting as well. Next slide. So feedback. In terms of what we have heard up till now, have pretty consistent response in that the AUD program is seen as been successful in stimulating new market rate residential development. Especially where it sort of, had been dormant for quite some time. We also heard that the pace of new permit applications has slowed somewhat since the AUD's inception. But the sort of reasons behind that, we've got some mixed opinions. Some pointed to the 2019 inclusionary ordinance, and others simply referenced the fact that there was some uncertainty regarding how these forthcoming development standards would play out. And so they wanted to see kind of where the final draft FAR map ended up landing. Next slide. So in terms of caution, some of the critiques that we heard were that under the existing program that multi-unit rental units are considered a community benefit in and of themselves without necessarily the provision of on-site affordable units. And that the program has still not sufficiently incentivized new projects within the CBD, particularly along State Street. Next slide. And in terms of items that we would, stakeholders encourage just to be on the lookout for and proceed with caution, potential increase in land costs associated with any potential upzoning. There was some question about how deep the local market was for smaller unit sizes, given that they are not as present currently, and whether all parcels would be impacted in an appropriate, in a proportionate manner when shifting the density from a density to an FAR standard. Next slide. And I think I might be one ahead of you. So next slide. Thank you. Thanks. So in terms of next steps, just to reiterate, the stakeholder outreach portion is complete. And again, that's just the interview phase, but we're still sort of very open to soliciting feedback on inputs as we refine the proformas. And we are in the process of developing our prototypes, and we will be conducting feasibility analysis and summarizing those results in short order for our next session with you all. So concludes our presentation. I thank you for having us.
Thank you. And once we get to commissioner questions, Mr. Barker, your other colleagues who are available for those, what are their roles different from yours? So to help the commissioners focus their questions, how would we know kind of who's the best expert there to assist us?
Sure. So I can tell you that JKA is not joining this call. So
Okay.
Anything that relates, I mean, I can probably answer like high level questions related to the prototype development, but they will be joining us in October for more detailed questions there. And then maybe Stephanie can come on and say hi, but we'll sort of both be tag teaming on the responses.
Hi, Ms. Haber. Okay,
Okay.
tag teaming. Okay,
I
that's the team. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, back to you, Ms. Metzger. Was there anything else from your side of the presentation before we go to public comment?
Thank you, Chair Swartz. I just wanted to say that we're here for a check-in to let you know that we're working furiously towards this goal of getting everything done by the end of the year. And we really just wanted to give the commissioners an opportunity to share with us any and BAE any thoughts that they had and any questions that they had on the process. We're still in the very beginning part of this, but it's coming along fast. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thanks to both of you. You can go ahead and step aside, and we're going to, we'll come back to you, Mr. Barker, when we're start to ask our questions. But for now, I'd like to ask Mr. Busk and come online, see if there are any members of the public who'd like to speak to us on this item, and also my colleagues to come back online as well. And once we do that, if you'll hold on, Mr. Busk, I want to ask my colleagues to rejoin. Once we conclude public comment, I'm going to ask Commissioner Higgins, for the reasons I mentioned previously, who's joining us by audio today. If he has any questions, we'll tee him up first. But over to you, Mr. Busk, for public comment.
Great, thank you. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise lower hand icon on the control panel, and I will let you know when it's your turn to speak. Everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. The red arrow pointed down indicates that your hand is raised. So at this time, it looks like we have 3 members of the public that have raised their hands. I will start with Fred Sweeney, to be followed by Linda Honigman. Fred Sweeney, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Busk and Madam Chair and Council. As you know, I have been following this AUD process for a long time, not only as a practicing architect, but also as a member of the Upper East Association, because one of the areas that will be affected by this AUD map that's been proposed is, in fact, in the Upper East along State Street. So a couple of things. One is, it's interesting that 14 folks are representing all potential developers and folks that do this kind of work for a city of 90,000. I'm not sure that's an adequate number. Also, the term stakeholders is, in my view, a little misleading. I'm a stakeholder. I'm a member of this city. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe there's a better word for that issue. But the other thing is, you know, the biggest thing that concerns me and that will concern potential projects that end up in front of City Council are usually fostered by edge conditions. And I've shared with you on several occasions what that looks like. And the edge conditions of these units against residential zone units, which are typically in Santa Barbara, single-story, two-story residential neighborhoods, is quite concerning, particularly with solar access, noise, etc., rooftop party decks, etc. I'm not sure that's all being addressed, and I'm still quite concerned, although this looks like a step in the right direction, about trying to do 3D planning instead of what the dean of the college at Notre Dame referred to as Crayola zoning. So I look forward to continued progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney.
Our next speaker is Linda Honickman, to be followed by Mary Williams. Linda, you've been unmuted. If you unmute yourself, you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Linda Honickman, Housing Chair for the League of Women Voters, Santa Barbara. We believe it is important to prioritize the planning of much needed low and moderate income housing and to examine how to ensure that affordable housing will go to local residents and workers. The study's task, as currently described, should be helpful for producing the 3,000 above moderate units and a small portion of the 1,400 moderate income units included in the RHNA numbers for the 2023 to 31 cycle. But we don't know where the 5,000 more affordable units will go. In the city of Santa Barbara, even rents for smaller ADUs are very high. Our housing authority has a stellar record of providing housing for lower income residents, but their production has been way below the need. The League strongly recommends accommodating a significant number of the very low to moderate income residents in the downtown housing plans, prioritizing those who currently reside or work in that area. This action will help reverse the trends of younger workers and families being priced out of the market and fulfill goals to revitalize downtown. Even if the inclusionary requirement is increased to 15% moderate income, it will not make a dent in what is needed for our workforce. Economic feasibility answers may include the use of public land and community land trusts, public and private partnerships for innovative funding, point systems for local preference, and different solutions for each income group and family type, perhaps even combining different income categories with the higher income levels on top floors. Before the housing element is complete, we hope you will do no harm. Examples of unhelpful policies would be significant developer incentives, such as larger FARs or height increases for only a modest number of moderate units. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Honickman.
And it looks like we have about 5 more public speakers. Our next speaker is Mary Williams, to be followed by Patricia Saley. Mary, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to speak. Mary, it looks like you're self-muted.
I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I apologize. We own 3 buildings downtown. Our family has been in Santa Barbara for the last 45 plus years. My father was a professor out at UCSB. We would love to participate in building out our buildings, supercuts, vans. You probably are familiar with them in the 700 and 600 blocks. We have done feasibility studies. We've hired architects. We can't make the pieces fit. You need to try to work with the smaller buildings to try to give us as much incentive as you possibly can to allow us to be able to afford to invest in Santa Barbara, as I think many business owners in the smaller units on State Street would like to be able to do, but we just can't make the feasibility work. And that's basically all I wanted to say. Things like maybe reducing parking fees for the smaller buildings. You know, we're only going to be able to get a few units into ours. And so if we have to pay $15,000 per unit, that makes it cost prohibitive. Increasing height would make a big difference. If you had a taller downtown in general, you'd have more housing. And so as high as you can go would be the best for us. And that was really my point, is I'm hoping that you address some of the smaller building sizes. It seems like most of the ones that are being addressed are the larger projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Our next speaker is Patricia Saley, to be followed by Rob Fredericks. Patricia, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Pat Saley. I've been a City of Santa Barbara resident for decades and a downtown resident for 6 years. I've followed the AUD and FAR discussions both because they're important to my own family, as I have 2 millennial kids living in town, and most importantly, because these discussions truly affect the future of our community. I was impressed with the quality of the comments you received from Ally, the League of Women Voters, and others. It seems they're a recurring theme, which is that we can provide a lot of rental units in the coming years, but not in the income categories that are most needed. As evidenced by the high AUD rents that were quoted in letters, we're doing fine providing high-end units, but we're barely limping along when it comes to low and moderate in units. The proposed changes to the AUD and FAR standards don't seem to help reverse these trends. I noticed that the staff report mentions the importance of historic resources only one time, while the general plan EIR requires that the city, quote, establish more restrictive FAR limits to protect historic structures, end quote. I don't see that happening thus far. Finally, I may be tilting at windmills, but it's hard for me to comprehend how the city can consider upzoning for large, expensive rental housing projects and not require story poles. The SFDB board requires them regularly, and it seems a no-brainer that the Planning Commission and Design Board should too, so that the public can see what's planned. That was part of the council's intent when they were first required. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saley.
Our next speaker is Rob Fredericks, followed by Steve Johnson. Rob, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Planning Commission. Rob Fredericks with the Housing Authority, and I wanted to say that we are pleased to see this economic feasibility study for new building size standards moving forward, along with a review of inclusionary requirements. I also want to thank BAE for reaching out to the Housing Authority team for input regarding the current AUD program, the proposed FARs, and the need to ensure affordable housing is included through inclusionary requirements and other incentives. A few brief points I want to make. First, as previously stated to the Planning Commission, the Housing Authority is supportive of the change from a maximum density of the number of units on a parcel to a maximum building size through Florida area ratios. We do remain concerned about the FAR sizes being designated appropriately. As we previously suggested, the FAR should be set at a lower baseline with increases allowed for additional moderate and low-income housing that is provided. In reviewing the staff report and some of the summary comments from interviewees, I am concerned that the study may lean too much to as what can be done to entice multifamily development in general, rather than balancing the need for development serving different income groups, including moderate and low-income affordable housing. While BAE heard from private development community folks about the cost of development being very high, which is true, and with inclusionary making some developments infeasible, projects with inclusionary are being built and moving through the pipeline. I suggest that BAE look at the most recent AUD projects and gather actual pro forma data to verify labor and material costs of construction, and it looks like that's what they're going to be doing. It would also be helpful if BAE could use the same assumptions and inputs as the Kaiser Marston study on the return on cost measures so that we have some standardization across the two reports. Lastly, as part of consideration of policy changes, the community benefit definition should be revised to be only capital A 100% affordable housing developments, or a development that is providing substantially more moderate or low income housing above the required inclusionary amount. I don't know what that is. Perhaps it's 2.5 times the required amount. And I want to thank you for allowing these comments today.
Thank you, Mr. Fredericks.
Our next speaker is Steve Johnson, followed by John Campanella. Steve, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm concerned that the consultant will have a very difficult time analyzing the impact of the inclusionary housing element because of its complexity. One example is there's a step function in the requirement depending on the number of units you build. 0 to 4, there's no requirement whatever. 5 to 9, you pay an in lieu fee, about 5% of total project costs. Then there's another jump at 10 to 13, 1 inclusionary unit. Then it jumps 14 to 19, 2 inclusionary units. Developers are going to turn themselves upside down, finding ways to avoid this extra penalty. Will I build 5 units or 4? I'll build 4 because there's no penalty associated with that. Will I build 9 or 10? I'll build 9 because 10 requires me to have an inclusionary unit. A much simpler process would be a inclusionary fee, 5% of total project cost for every unit, 1 to however many. That's simple. Another drawback to the inclusionary program is the extreme complexity of managing those rentals. That's being offloaded to the landlord. What is the landlord going to do when an inclusionary unit comes up for rent? He's going to put an ad in the paper and he's going to get 500 applications. How is he going to make a good decision? Tremendous incentive to have key money be the decision, as occurs in many other rent-controlled districts. 2 other problems are a tenant will sublet at market rate, or a tenant will qualify as a single person and add a co-resident. Again, subverting the intent of the proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Our next speaker is John Campanella, followed by Cassandra Ensberg. John, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciated seeing the scope of work by the consultants and hearing it today. I'm glad they're doing the formats that they're taking and trying to answer the questions in both qualitative and quantitative ways. I participated with some of the AIA members who worked on the charrette with the consultants, and we gave them a lot of information, including FARs and livable FARs as under the AUD program, both for the charrette projects as well as the AUD projects themselves, so they can see how much more livable square footage was designed by giving flexibility to the architects and not relying on density alone. This existed downtown and on commercial properties. commercial properties have been and will be the source of most of the units that could be provided under state requirements. We have a lot of operating properties that we're going to have to show that we can really induce and the owners to go forward and start converting these properties to residential. As you heard from a stakeholder who owns properties on State Street, the incentives have to be there to either redo or tear down the buildings. You saw a slide at the beginning of the program that showed an FAR with building with cutouts and open space. Many of the small spaces that you saw, smaller lots that you saw alongside, don't have that luxury. So the FAR has to account for a range in commercial properties, whether the lots are smaller or larger, not just one size fits all, and we have to be cautious of that. The goal again is to prove that commercial properties can be converted. The state looks at where you're supposed to be getting these units from. And if year after year we say we're getting them from certain specific commercial properties and we don't, I would guess we'd be subject to some type of criticism. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campanella.
And our final speaker is Cassandra Ensberg. Cassandra, you have 2 minutes. Cassandra, you're self-muted. If you unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz, Planning Commissioners, City staff, consultants, and all others attending today. I am Cassandra Ensberg. I'm a local architect and member of the American Institute of Architects. I'm here representing AIA-SB Advocacy. We work to try to improve our processes and make them better. I'm also representing the Charette 2020 team, whose work it was to study and to provide findings that would help our understanding of the floor area ratio method and how it might impact development of downtown, of housing in downtown Santa Barbara. We worked with the city planning staff to develop the charrette and to specifically focus on housing and the FAR to help with these decisions and this very discussion. AIASB mobilized over 160 local design professionals, including planning commissioners Bonderson and Reed, who participated in this work study product. As has been mentioned by others, it's the flexibility and the simplicity is crucial. The highest FAR is needed for the downtown area to incentivize and give design flexibility. This is necessary due to the difficult factors, including high land costs, variable sizes of and configurations of lots, and limited construction access, as well as our process itself. We also want to point out that a gross development FAR will be higher than the final net FAR once a building is designed and meets high building codes, ADA, and other regulatory requirements. We want to thank the staff for their work, and we want to continue to be engaged. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Ensberg.
Thank you. I don't see any other raised hands. If any other members of the public would like to comment on this item, please click the raise lower hand icon. And not seeing anyone, Ms. Fennessy, did we receive any written correspondence for this item?
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. We received 6 written correspondence letters from Steve Johnson, Allied Neighborhoods Association, Donna Murdrook, Viha Jamalekada, League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara, Pat Saley, and Lisa Carlos. And these were all distributed to the commission prior to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you to staff. Thank you for members of the public. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the commission, and Commissioner Higgins, I'd like to see if you have any questions of staff or the BAE consultant, since you have a hard stop time of 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, I might chime in some other questions after I hear my other commissioners. But my question immediately is how, excuse me, how are you going to really evaluate in your pro formas the difference between condos and apartments?
This is to Mr. Barker from BAE, I believe. Right, Commissioner Higgins, you want BAE to come back on? There he is, Mr. Barker.
Sure.
Great, thanks for that question. We do have prototypes that will be modeling condominium projects. And so those will be treated differently from the multi-unit rental projects, likely with respect to sort of larger average unit sizes and slightly higher costs on a per door basis. So we will be modeling condos in addition.
And so on the revenue side of that, I guess our policy for incentivizing apartments versus condos has been, the barrier to entry with a down payment. So will you be evaluating that component of our policy, or how are you going to do that?
I'm a little unclear as to the question. Do you mean financing?
Well, we need help understanding the difference between incentivizing condos versus apartments. So how are you going to help us with that from a data set standpoint? What's your pro forma going to look like?
So yeah, go ahead, Stefan.
So the condo pro forma will, it's going to look at the return to the developer and the residual land value associated with developing the condo project. The math in that pro forma is a little bit different from the rental project, because, substantially different on the revenue side, because we're looking at the revenue that the developer would get from selling the condos once the project is complete. For the rental project, we're looking at the value of the project when it's complete based on the rental income that it produces. So that's sort of the value that the developer has once the project's complete at the end of the day. Those still both give us a residual land value, and they both still incorporate a profit to the developer that's reasonable based on market conditions. And so when you compare those two projects together, you can see which one of them looks like a more attractive project from the developer, or which one maybe makes the developer more able to compete for a site based on the land value that they can afford to pay from the pro forma.
So in there, are we going to just have to look for the sales price in order to come away with a down payment that a first-time home buyer would have to come up with? Is that what's happening?
Yes, so we'll be looking at what the sale prices are likely to be based on market conditions, and then for the affordable units, what the affordable sale price is. But in terms of what the actual down payment is, you would need to make assumptions about whether if they're putting down 20% or getting an FHA loan that has a lower down payment amount. So it would be based on a percent of the sale price.
Well, let me just get to the point. I would like you guys to help us with that, with some, either at the hearing or in the report. What's the latest in terms of mortgages, mortgage products that would be available to first-time home buyers, that so we don't have to assume it's a 20% down payment. So that's been the stumbling block on incentivizing condominiums, and so I'm looking for help with that. Another question is I think you maybe mentioned it, I couldn't tell for sure, but you were seeking for high level of candor from the respondents. Does that translate to some type of anonymity? Because I want to make sure we do as good a job as we can at understanding what you're making. We're looking at some feedback that we may be basing policy on, and I'm finding myself wanting to know who is being interviewed. I want to respect that maybe somebody doesn't want to have their name revealed, but I think it's also important that we know who the respondents are, if we can, or some more details about them, so we knew, without making, you get my point. So can we know who the respondents are to these surveys?
Commissioner Higgins. So we did go into the stakeholder meetings with the thought that what would be shared is confidential with each of the developers, applicants, and various people that were interviewed. So we did have that slide that said the places they came from and worked, but we're not going to share their names currently.
I think when we get to the write-up portion for the actual study itself, we'll be very transparent about sort of cost inputs that we received from the developer community, and then sort of triangulating that with other sources that we have, including, you know, RS means and that sort of a thing. So our inputs will be very sort of transparent in terms of what goes into the modeling, without necessarily naming who provided, you know, what specific cost input, if that makes sense.
Okay, all right. Well, those are my questions for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Who would like to go next with questions of staff or the BAE team? Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just dive in here. I don't have a lot of questions. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Barker. I want to start with, well, I'll go through them. Staff report on page 2 of 10. Under number 3, you talk about the economic feasibility study, information gathered from these interviews, as well as BAE's own research. And then you had a slide and you referred to RS means and other. Is that what you mean by your other research? Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yes. So again, we are this stakeholder outreach is just one sort of piece of our information gathering process. So we certainly like to corroborate as many of these inputs as possible. And we do quite a few of these studies all over Southern California. So we have a pretty good handle on, you know, development costs in various submarkets, as well as published reports that construction professionals rely on. So I think the intent there was to just assure people that we are casting a very wide net for our research.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And then you talk in throughout the staff report, it talks about the staff report uses the word many stakeholders or some stakeholders, depending upon what the comment is. And my question is, I find this to be quite a subjective process and not objective. And I guess I'm looking for more objectivity in it. And I'm wondering, is your intention to put the questions that you ask these stakeholders and their answers into some sort of table that we can look at? So we're not down to, well, some stakeholders said this and many said that and one said this, etc. So will there be some sort of table format in your final report that really analyzes the interview sessions you had with these stakeholders?
Yes, I think that we're still hammering out sort of what that would entail, but certainly when we produce the report, we'll be very clear and deliberate as to what sort of the range of cost inputs that we received were attributable to the stakeholders. So in an effort for transparency and that kind of a thing.
Okay, because I really do feel it's important to have as much objectivity as you can. I realize you're not going to identify stakeholders, but okay. But just some sort of, you know, the majority of them said this, or they all said this, or, you know, 2 out of the 14 said this, which could be, you know, if you had 3 out of the 14, it could be some of the stakeholders. So I think it's important to know those statistics and refine that information so it's more objective. Ms. Hager, did you have a comment on that? Or I saw you.
No, I think or he'll define things.
Okay, great. Okay. And then you did mention that the City of Santa Barbara Housing Authority was amongst the 14 developers interviewed. And did you include any other nonprofits or any nonprofits? The Housing Authority is a public agency, but did you include any nonprofits in your stakeholders, or are these all architects, planners, and private developers?
Yes, through the chair, Commissioner Wiscombe. So we as staff gave BAE a list of people to speak to based on recent projects that have been submitted over the past 5 years. And we had a limited number of people that they could talk to within our budget. And so we felt that the Housing Authority would cover the nonprofit world there. So we only gave them one, the Housing Authority as a nonprofit to speak to.
So they were one of 14 and the rest are all private. Is that correct?
The rest are all either developers familiar with the market, architects, landscapers, designers, site planners, people that have done permits recently with the city.
Okay, thank you for that. It just seems like organizations like People's Self-Help Housing has done developments, and maybe they should be included. And to that, I wanted to ask also on the stakeholders. We heard comments today from Mary Williams. She said she owns 3 buildings downtown, and you want to include people. I think you want to have input from people that own these smaller buildings. And do you have input in your 14 stakeholders from people that own smaller buildings?
So through the chair, Commissioner Wiscombe, in the group of people that we gave BAE to interview, owners aren't often part of the process. They're not actually going through the ordinance, understanding the AUD program. And that's what we were looking for, expertise on that sort of thing for these interviews. So no, owners weren't included, but developers who interact with the owners were.
Okay. So I'm just feeling you have someone here that stated, on public record that she's willing to, develop these smaller buildings, but she hasn't been able to make the feasibility study work. It just seems like those kinds of comments would be important to the research being done. Okay. And, okay. And then I think the last question for you, Mr. Barker, and then I'm going to have just one for Ms. Metzger, is Mr. Gullett provided us with some information yesterday, documents that were requested, I believe, by Commissioner Lodge, which were the 2021 AUD team survey summary. And it gives rent information, parking built versus cars owned, and also prior residence location and prior employment location, and then current resident employment location. Do you have access to that information, or are you familiar with it, and you're going to analyze that too?
I am not sure whether that was included in our request for it. How recent is this document?
Mr. Gullett sent it over yesterday to the Planning Commission. So it's information that is part of the AUD program information that needs to be provided to track the AUD program. Yes, Ms. Metzger, you have a comment on that?
Commissioner Wiscombe, we just completed compiling all of that information this week, so we haven't had a chance to share it with BAE because we were getting ready for today's presentation, but we'll make sure that they get that.
Okay, because I think it's really, really pretty significant when you get to particularly things like the parking built versus the cars owned. So to look at that information. And then I just have one final question, Ms. Metzger, this is for you. And I apologize for not getting these to you sooner, but I didn't really get to the public comments till yesterday. And they were extensive, and I really appreciate the comments the letters that we got from the public and the comments that were made today. And in saying that, I will say, I'm a little bit concerned about 14 stakeholders. I understand that's the contractual amount, but to Mr. Sweeney's comment, he's a stakeholder too. He lives in the city. So I thought that was very appropriate. But in one of the comment letters we got, and I think it was Allied's letter, but I'm not sure. In the last sentence of your staff report, you say provide sensitivity to historic resources. And the letter talked about why is there a shift from protection of historic resources to sensitivity to historic resources? And I just wondered if you'd comment on that, because I've always thought of the language as protecting our historic resources, and this is softer language that's in your staff report.
I'll let Mr. Gullett answer that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Commissioner Wiscombe, fully agree with the comment letter. The language matters. And I'm not sure when that change was made, but we do have many, many listed historic resources in the city, and they are protected by ordinance and by our process. I would assume that change came because what we're looking at is what's happening on adjacent properties and in historic districts and wanting buildings of similar scale. So it's more of a sensitivity to those districts and historic resources rather than protecting the resources themselves, because they are already protected.
Okay. Well, it's in relation to FAR, so provide sensitivity to historic resources is the quote, as opposed to provide protection to historic resources. But I understand your comment, Mr. Gullett. I noted that too from the staff report, and then I saw it in the letter and thought, people are concerned about our historic resources and making sure that they are protected, and that would include, building size adjacent to them, et cetera. So, and setbacks, et cetera. Yeah, okay. Thank you. And that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed, questions?
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Barker.
Hello.
Back to these, the stakeholder group. From your experience, you've done so many of these, a city this size, is 14 stakeholders adequate to the task at hand?
I, don't want to sort of weigh into whether it's, adequate or not. I think, given the accelerated sort of timeframe that we're working with and the very sort of specific scope that we're working within, I think that we had to be kind of judicious in terms of who would be able to provide the inputs that would best help us with our, feasibility testing. I think that we got there, certainly with the group that we reached out to.
And this might be for Ms. Metzger, but out of the stakeholders identified, in the final report, will there be a breakdown of their titles? So developers versus architects, builders, brokers, lenders, planners, consultants. Will we see that breakdown?
Yes, through the chair, Commissioner Reed, I think we've heard loud and clear that we need to have some sort of further explanation of who the stakeholders were in the final report. So we will definitely have that somewhere, if it's an appendix or not. And just to further clarify as well, oh, maybe Mr. Gullett can further clarify this.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I just wanted to speak a little bit about, again, another word, stakeholder. I don't think it's maybe the right word for this. I agree with Mr. Sweeney. There are lots of stakeholders in the FAR process and the city housing process. This is pretty focused on economics. It's more of like subject matter experts. As Ms. Metzger said, that this is these are people who have been through our process recently, have more current knowledge of pricing information, market trends. So that's really what we're looking to inform this study, and it did include property owners as well, just to clarify that.
And Mr. Gullett, while I've got you on the screen, this is kind of an awkward question, and Planning Commission, as far as I know, we don't have any real control or say in the budget or the time frame of this project. Do you think that the stakeholder group is adequate to the result you're expecting out of this study? And do you think the time frame is appropriate to getting the best work product?
I do believe we have the best information available as a sample to inform the study from those entities that were contacted. We are on a pretty tight schedule. We backed out from when the AUD program expires. It's now in late February. So we do believe we can fit all of this in before the end of it, but we know there's a lot of public interest and would not want to rush it in the end.
Yeah. And then is it appropriate to just make high-level comments about some of what we touched on in the FAR working group, or should I leave that out for now?
Well, this is it's an informational item, so we're here to introduce you to BAE and where they're at right now and where they're headed. So if you have some direction too, I mean, the Planning Commission will be very involved in this moving forward. You're integral for the process. So if you have input on this at this point, I would certainly welcome that.
Mr. Gullett, if we could wait for comments, and that may be where Commissioner Reed's thoughts are going. I want to get through all the questions, but back to you, Commissioner.
No, I have a question. Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Barker, in reference to incentivizing production on smaller lot sizes, we chatted about this in the working group, the potential for different FARs based on lot size. Is that something that you guys will look into in this research?
That is not something that we are looking into. So are you saying that in a given FAR zone on the map, two parcels, one of which is smaller than the other, would have a different FAR?
Potentially. It's just a question to you if you guys are thinking about that per the public commenters' questions.
Not at the moment.
Okay, I won't go into all the detail now. Just a question. And then also, I think it was Mr. Campanella. He brought up the AUD projects currently in the pipeline, and I'm assuming you're paying close attention to those and referencing those in your research.
Correct.
Great. Yeah. Okay. And what about the financial modeling being consistent with the practices in the Kaiser Marston study? Has that been a consideration?
Yes, we are looking at that study very closely, and our models sort of have that as a column that we're triangulating just so we can sort of have an apples to apples comparison. We're not necessarily going to, use all of them, but we certainly want to be able to know very well all the inputs that went into that study, because
Excellent. That's great.
We are working within a 10% inclusionary as a starting point. So that's important to us. Yes.
Okay. I may have missed it in the document, but will you guys be looking at potential for production on city-owned property through public-private partnerships or partnerships with the housing authority? Has that come up?
It hasn't come up per se. We are sort of building into our model the assumption that the applicant will be paying sort of a market price for land, even if there aren't, necessarily a lot of transactions to, use from a comp perspective. But, I think the assumption would be that anytime a land write-down can happen, that will only serve to enhance feasibility beyond what we're currently scoped with looking at.
Yeah. Mr. Gullett?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Reed, looking at public-private partnerships and public property for housing is beyond the scope of what we've asked BAE to do. That is something we will be looking at with a housing element update starting next year.
Okay. And you already answered this, I think, Mr. Barker, but in terms of private production, will you be looking at joint ventures, ground leases, joint ventures that take advantage of low cost basis in a property, which is pretty typical in our downtown with kind of generational ownership?
I think we're definitely just, given sort of the constraints that come with being a city that is as built out as you are, we are going to have to sort of look creatively at different ways in which projects do get done. And sort of some of the interviewees that we've spoken with have referenced their projects in the context of joint development and partnerships with local development communities. So that is certainly something that is on our radar screen, yes.
Okay, including ground lease agreements and all that complicated stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're necessarily going to model a ground lease scenario per se, but I think that we'll certainly have it as an aspect to consider as part of the report.
Okay, and then lastly, not really a specific question here, but are you guys taking into consideration existing state housing law and potential state housing law?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay, that makes your job a bit more complicated. All right, great, thank you.
It applies to all communities, so we come across it sort of invariably, and we're pretty familiar with the provisions. But yes, we'll have it.
All right, that's it for now. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Who would like to go next with questions from the commission? Vice Chair Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Mr. Barker. Just a couple of questions. The first is, one of the deliverables is going to be 8 prototype projects, right? And of those 8, do you plan on having one of them be a smaller parcel to get the feasibility of some of the smaller parcels that one of the public commenters had mentioned?
Yeah, so we're working pretty closely with city planning to get a handle on sort of prototypical lot sizes and dimensions within each of the FAR zones. And I think we would like to lean towards the smaller side of, because that will sort of provide kind of a conservative estimate as to, anytime that we're sort of starting to assemble parcels and get economies of scale, it may sort of overestimate the level of feasibility that may actually exist. So I think our plan at the moment, and again, this is very much in process right now, the prototype development, but we are very cognizant of making sure that lot sizes are reasonable and sort of in line with the local context.
Perfect. And then I noticed in terms of the feedback from the focus group, it was one of the comments had mentioned, well, let me back up. You had mentioned earlier that we're using current development standards for the city. One of the comments in the feedback from the focus group was related to parking outside of the central business district. And there's two different development standards, basically. Would your model take into consideration what if outside of the CBD you had similar development standards? One that comes to mind is parking. So that would kind of change the feasibility of a project outside of the CBD.
Yeah, we are going to be looking at prototypes that are located within the CBD and located outside the CBD, and we will be applying the relevant parking standards to each and every one of those prototypes. But
would you, I guess the piece of information that I'm looking for is data that shows us that with different development standards, the project becomes more feasible, right? I think it's pretty intuitive to say that with something like maximum parking, it's probably more feasible than a minimum parking standard.
So are you asking whether we're going to be potentially recommending ways that existing development standards might change to tip the scales in feasibility's favor?
Correct.
We will do some of that, yes.
Okay. That
yeah, as part of a larger package of streamlining permit applications and all that, so that will be a component of that.
Perfect. And if the model is obviously still being built out, how flexible is it if we were to we get the report, let's say something changes, whether it's land costs or something drastic happens, we change our development standards overnight. How easy would it be to plug it in and get a different report or different data?
We're not anticipating any sort of major changes to your existing development standards. That was kind of clear guidance that we got at the outset. So, I think that we would certainly sort of talk through how your existing development standards do and don't incentivize production of units that are affordable to moderate income households. But, the models are intended to sort of represent a moment in time. Hopefully that
answers. Fair enough, yeah. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Which of my colleagues would like to go next with questions? If there are any questions.
I have a couple quick ones, Madam Chair.
Yes, please. Go ahead, Commissioner Higgins.
Where do you get rent information from, current rents for these new housing projects? Where do you pull that from?
We have a CoStar subscription, so we utilize that. We sort of, draw polygons within the CoStar map that are associated with the various districts within Santa Barbara. So we have a very good handle on sort of what the rent trends have been. And I think what's great about that platform is that we can do a lot of cross-referencing in terms of, unit sizes by bedroom count, and the extent to which, some of those are associated with higher or lower vacancy rates, and, rents on a per square foot basis. So we have a pretty robust tool that we're able to use.
So I would ask you to also help us understand the maybe a discount factor or for those new projects that have amenities or that don't have amenities. We get a lot of flack, from the public about the high rents, and the high rents in these new products are obviously high because they're new. So I'd like to understand what kind of if you're pulling, existing, sort of product rents, that's not going to be what rents are going to look like on a brand new product. And what I'm getting at is, how do we normalize that?
So we typically use. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. I'm done.
So we typically, for our comp sample, will use recently completed projects, and I think we'll more specifically use recently completed AUD projects that are, probably better reflective of the rents that new developments are likely to achieve, because those are the rents that sort of are going to be driving or underwriting, if you will, the units that are affordable within those buildings.
Sure, but what I'm getting at is we get into policy making with respect to amenities or even plate heights of the units. So we, an 8-foot plate height is a lower rent than a 10-foot plate height, right? So we hear about that from developers or applicants that approach us. So I just like some, if it has to be anecdotal, or that's fine, but I'd like some of that information included in your report if you can.
That's
one other
helpful.
question. I had one more question, but it escaped me, so I may come back on, Madam Chair.
Okay. Who else has any questions before I go to your question? Commissioner Bonderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always nice to go towards the end. There's a few less questions to ask, so I'll make these quick. These are more summary questions I'd like to address towards Mr. Barker. These are sort of like kind of big picture thoughts that I have. One question I have in particular is, how much of your work and the work that you're producing depends on the previous reports and the research that has been done in the most recent years, such as the Novak report, the Cosmot report, the most recent AIA SHRED? Are you taking all of those into account?
We do, and we've read through the majority of those, and I think it's really great context to have those and to see sort of what findings have been come across through all those various entities. I think that what is unique about this moment is that, a lot has changed, obviously, since some of those reports were produced. And so we're taking a fresh eye, and all of the relevant inputs that need to be adjusted are, and certainly there will be probably many assumptions that we maintain that have been consistent.
I will be honest and tell you I'm sincerely appreciative that those reports are being utilized, that data collection hasn't been lost. And I'm curious to know if you, when producing your report back to us, will you be making references to those so that we know those connections have been made? If you find that is still valid, that has been used.
Yeah, I think where relevant, we can certainly, depending on the context, I think we don't want to sort of call out any, flagrantly anything that we don't think is accurate anymore. And we want to be sort of tactful, but we can try and certainly make some of those connections because, to the extent that the community was actively following and involved in those studies, I think it probably would be beneficial to reference those where appropriate.
Just to be clear, I was specifically referring to those positive connections, not calling out what doesn't work, but really addressing those connections that are still relevant and how you maybe have made those connections. I personally would love to see those. I hope you'll consider connecting those clearly for us. And my second question is, beyond your scope of work that's been provided in our packet, that's for anyone following along, it's the end of our packet, pages 7, 8, and 9. I'm assuming that that's just a general draft of what we can expect, and certainly after today's meeting that may be further developed. But my curiosity is about what should we be expecting your final report back to us to entail? I mean, obviously beyond the scope of work, what kind of model should we be expecting from you? In your words, like, how do you hope to use everything that you've brought together, and how can we use that information for next steps?
Thank you. I think you're right. It's a lot of information to sort of sift through, and it can get very unwieldy. But I think, getting back to sort of what the key questions we're trying to answer is, how can this revised FAR approach best incentivize the production of units that are affordable to moderate and middle income categories. And so we will be looking very specifically at very specific prototypes on very specific FAR zones. And we don't know what the answer is necessarily going to be yet, but we will it will, hopefully help decision makers come to some sort of understanding about how potentially the map could and could not change in order to sort of meet those citywide goals. So we're going to try and be as specific as possible.
Thank you. And I don't know if the final question will go to you or perhaps back to Ms. Metzger. I'm sure it was in our packet. You've probably even referenced it a few times. But what is our next milestone? When will we be expecting the next check-in or perhaps the report to be brought before us? What are we looking forward to?
So through the chair, Commissioner Bonderson, so the next step of coming back to Planning Commission will be to present to you Mr. Barker and Ms. Hager's findings and their full report, and also our recommendations as staff based off that report.
Very exciting. I cannot emphasize how much I look forward to that. So thank you both. Appreciate your time. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. If no one has any more questions, I'm going to ask Commissioner Higgins if he'd like to make comments before he leaves us in about 10 minutes. So let me just take a look. Commissioner Higgins, why don't you go ahead and make comments, and then you can leave whenever you need to, and we can come back to the rest of the commission.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So one question for Ms. Metzger. What's the timeline again in terms of this coming back to the PC and then to council? Not the report, obviously, but the actual ordinance.
Yes, Commissioner Higgins. So we plan to be back to the Planning Commission in October, and then to Ordinance and City Council after that in the winter months before the end of the year.
Comments, Commissioner Higgins? Any comments
Sorry,
at this point?
Sorry, one more question. The silly season here with the election, that's my question. Is the ordinance going to come to the council before the election or after the election?
At this point in time, Commissioner Higgins, we can't commit to council and ordinance committee dates because we don't know how many meetings we might have with the Planning Commission. It's too far in advance to tell.
Okay, gotcha.
Madam Chair,
I
sorry.
don't really.
Commissioner Higgins, sorry, it will most certainly be after the election because we will be with the Planning Commission in October. And so we won't be prepared to go to council until late November, December. Mhm.
Okay. Just a comment about I'm excited to see the numbers. I really appreciate the presentation. All staff's hard work on this. I've been on the commission for 6.5 years, and I feel like I'm in Groundhog Day, always talking about housing policy. So that's not a criticism. That's just a thought bubble about. I'm looking forward to getting an ordinance and getting something on the books. So appreciate that we're working towards a reasonably tight deadline, and I'm looking forward to it. So thank you guys for all your hard work.
Thank you. Back to my colleagues. Anyone else have questions before I ask my questions? I'll just wait a minute to see if anyone likes, Commissioner Reed,
Yeah,
more
just
questions, please.
One last question. Mr. Barker, are you specifically looking at the repurposing of buildings? So not new construction, but conversions?
At the moment, Jessica, I saw you pop on there, but we don't have any adaptive reuse prototypes at this time.
Yes, and through the chair, Commissioner Reed, so that's not part of BAE's scope, but that is on staff's radar. So we're looking at reuse ordinances from other jurisdictions and how to incorporate them into the new multi-unit housing standards.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll just start, Mr. Barker, and then to see if any of my colleagues want to come back on. If I heard correctly, read correctly, I'll use the term subject matter experts, which is the term Mr. Gullett used, who you've interviewed. These are entities, individuals who have either gone through our permitting process or are currently going through the process. So that kind of those two categories. Is that correct?
Past and present, yes.
Okay, past and present.
And sometimes both.
Yes. What about those who began the process and pulled out of the process that could provide you feedback for the reasons of pulling out of the process relative to the economics? Because again, this is about the economics of a housing, multi-unit housing development, not anything else pertaining to housing development. What about that category of applicants?
Some of the applicants we spoke with had, multiple experiences to draw from. And so given that variety, there were instances in which some projects were pulled for a variety of reasons, some of which were gone into and some of which weren't.
Okay, and you've received that feedback as well. So that's kind of a third, I would think of that as a third category, not past, not present. It's like almost went through and then decided for various reasons not to. Okay. Then in terms of this, I think you referred to it as a snapshot in time, a set of economics. Here we are early August, and you'll be returning early October. Have you and our long-range planning staff talked about how you might factor in, if necessary, changing economics between now and October? I mean, I'm in touch with a variety of different types of business owners. I mean, not just housing development, and they're both national and international factors at play in terms of supply, demand, cost of, supply availability, and cost across the board. So this snapshot in time might not be sufficiently relevant or accurate by October. Can you help me with some thoughts regarding that?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think that we design our models to be, very nimble. And when we do sort of see a macro trend on the horizon that will be, and that are likely to sort of impact the findings of the pro forma, that is something that we're pretty easily able to integrate. So, I don't think that by the time we get to October, if there's anything that is sort of on the horizon, whether it's, at the national level or more at the local level, that's something that we feel comfortable that we can address.
Will you be monitoring that and addressing it? You said you could, but I'd
Sure.
like a sense of certainty, and I don't know if this is more to staff in terms of staff directing the work that you're doing. But Ms. Metzger, you can just decide if you want to comment on that. I'm not going to ask you to come back if you don't think it's important. There you are.
It's something that Mr. Barker and staff have discussed, and so it's definitely on our radar. And it's been brought up to our attention by multiple different parties who are interested in that.
Okay, excellent. Now, Mr. Barker, well, I'll just have Ms. Metzger stay on. I'm not sure who would answer this. One member of the public, Mr. Johnson, discussed the inclusionary policy and the methodology. And I was wondering if you would like to comment in terms of, I can't remember if you used the word complexity, and maybe even an unintentional built-in disincentive in the way it's been tiered or structured to actually incent and have more inclusionary units incorporated into and developed in our multi-unit housing applications. Any thoughts for me on that and the comments that Mr. Johnson made?
Yes, so Chair Swartz, just to clarify the record, our current inclusionary requirements for rental housing is 0 to 4, you have no inclusionary, which Mr. Johnson said. And then 5 to 9, you pay the in lieu fee and into the housing fund. And then 10 or more is 10% inclusionary. And so it was a little off. I think he might have also been looking at our inclusionary standards for single family and condominiums. And they are different, and that is confusing. But so it's only really 3 tiers that Mr. Barker is going to be analyzing. And I'll let him speak to his expertise in that.
Thanks. And as we come back to you, Mr. Barker, I would also like to know if of the subject matter experts you've got, I'd say a sufficient range of feedback on the inclusionary policy and the methodology as it pertains to how we can incent or encourage a balance, a mix of units in our from our community as they bring applications forward.
We've gotten some great feedback on that ordinance, and very detailed feedback that has sort of prompted us to sort of take a closer look at the study and make sure that our inputs that we're using do or do not sort of mirror those, based on the critiques and or not critiques that were raised with us. So, but we have gotten some really, I think, helpful feedback on that front from various interviewees. Yes.
Let me just pursue this for a moment, and also to Ms. Metzger. So of the feedback that you've received, are you looking to bring, or would you bring back to the Planning Commission in that earliest October hearing any recommendations on potential adjustments to inclusionary if any of the feedback you've received warrants reconsideration of the tiering, like the structure of the inclusionary policy, because I don't have the numbers in front of me, Ms. Metzger, but we're not getting many. So if we're not getting many, that tells me that we need to take a closer look, a deeper analysis, and then tapping subject matter experts' experience there. Since the inclusionary was adopted by council, how do we turn the dial, right? Turn the knob one way or another to try to incent more. So are you going to bring that back in October? Is that part of your scope of work and analysis?
Yes, so Mr. Barker is going to prepare the report for us that gives us the analysis of the current conditions and if the housing market can carry additional affordable housing. and what that would mean, and just tying this back into our draft FAR map. So to get more affordable housing, if you remember, we were increasing the FAR number and asking BAE to look at what that increase would be to get more affordable housing for moderate income than what we're currently getting through the AUD program.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Back to the slide I think you just had up, Ms. Metzger, for, I think it's our arena number slide, or maybe it's the AUD slide. It was just a moment ago. I don't know which slides were that. Maybe the one prior, Mr. Bolton, you had another slide up. There we go. Yeah. So you can see where, seems like almost a broken record, Ms. Metzger. I know you feel that way too. Total units to date in the moderate category, 4. I'm almost embarrassed to say that number out loud because it's so painful, and all the policy work that's been done. So my question is, in the moderate category, excluding accessory dwelling units, because what we know, Ms. Metzger has visited and revisited this with us over the last couple of years, 2-3 years, Ms. Metzger, most of the moderate units that have come through the city since 2017, 2018, are accessory dwelling units. They are not, you could call them apartment units or multi-unit housing. It's not that. So are you also looking at that kind of, in terms of the correlation between the economics that you're gathering and the actual numbers of and types of units being built, including accessory dwelling units, which have made up the bulk of our moderate category, not multi-unit housing units? Again, kind of recommendations about what the city could or should do differently to really ratchet up the enthusiasm or encouragement of the community to bring forward more moderate in conjunction with low, not extremely low or low, very low, but just low and moderate, certainly moderate.
Yes, so Chair Swartz, the BAE study isn't looking at accessory dwelling units, and I'll let Mr. Gullett correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't actually count those as moderate currently when we calculate our RHNA numbers that we give to the state. Some jurisdictions have done that, but we haven't.
Right. I know we haven't, which is, it's in the above moderate category. Mr. Gullett and I have talked about this. So back over to you, Mr. Gullett, for any thoughts. Hold on, Mr. Gullett, you're muted. Or maybe there's something with the audio there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just coming on to confirm Ms. Metzger's characterization that the accessory dwelling units were in the above moderate category as shown in this table, and we are going to be visiting that with a housing element update as well coming up next year.
Okay. I would think that now is the time to revisit how we're categorizing small units known as accessory dwelling units. I mean, the max is 1,200, but most of the units that we permitted are not 1,200 square feet. So wouldn't now be a timely juncture, Ms. Metzger, to look at all of the housing units that we've permitted in this time frame to say, I wonder if based on certain analytics and maybe there's some state guidelines, we should actually be reallocating some of the above moderate into moderate. And does that change anything? It may not. Does that change the way we're looking at the economics, the way we're looking at a policy? That's sort of the end of that question for me.
Yeah, Chair Schwartz, so the accessory dwelling units aren't part of the FAR program moving forward. So they are a different category. It's a different ordinance that applies to them. But we are targeting that moderate income level with what we're looking at with BAE on an FAR program, especially in that tier 3 category. We want more than what we have been getting with inclusionary for moderate income units in particular.
Yeah, and just then, you know, to reaffirm, I'm acutely aware of the differing policies, you know, both state and local on these. You and I have talked about this. We actually have the discretion to allocate ADUs, like many other cities are, into a different category. We need some analytics, some evidence to do that, but it's certainly, again, with many other cities doing it, we just chose to put it all in above moderate, and it seems to me it's timely to take a fresh look at that. And so I would think this year would do that. And then finally, I wanted to ask you or Ms. Metzger about the 2 different sessions in October. Is there any reason why we can't start to drive all of this work and wrap it up in one session, whether it's on October 7th or the 21st? It just seems like it's really being drawn out. And I know we want good data and we want some sound methodologies and recommendations, but it's like a lot of this has been studied now. So what are your thoughts about one hearing versus 2 in October, Ms. Metzger?
Yes, Chair Swartz, I should have put on this slide and/or because the second meeting might not be necessary. But also, just a reminder, the code edits are extensive that we'll be presenting to you. And so just in case we spend a whole hearing talking about what Mr. Barker and Ms. Hager have presented to us and get the map settled, we might need another meeting to go over just the code amendments, but it's just an option at the same time. We could
I see. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, back to my colleagues' comments. Again, we're not taking a vote today, but just comments, recommendations, anything in between. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate staff's work and BAE's work on what's been done to date. So I wanted to express my appreciation for that. My comments are pretty brief. I believe in transparency in the data, the stakeholder types, and BAE's own research. So how you've reached your conclusions, I truly believe must be transparent. And I would like to see objectivity through tables and measurable data and eliminate the subjective words such as some stakeholders or many stakeholders. I find that very uncomfortable language. I'm hopeful that stakeholders are varied. Big developers, architects, small building owners / developers, which are probably in the same category. And I think they probably should be categorized for the benefit of the public. And I think a comment Mr. Gullett made was to, we should get rid of the unfortunate word of stakeholders. I agree to that. Should be interviewees or professionals, since we are all stakeholders, as Mr. Sweeney said, in the city. Historic resource protection, I think, is very important to a lot of members of our community, not sensitivity, but protection. So I'll leave that comment at that. And Mr. Sweeney talked about edge conditions that should be considered, and I totally agree with that. That covers a lot of a big variety of areas. So I'm hoping that edge conditions will be considered. And I'm hopeful you'll explore Mr. Frederick's comments of a lower FAR for the minimum number of affordable units versus a higher FAR for affordable units exceeding the minimums. I thought that's an interesting concept. And lastly, something Commissioner Higgins has been on for years is ownership, which is also important. So I'm hopeful that the economic feasibility study will adequately address ownership of units here in the city and in our downtown. I think this is something where we really need to concentrate more efforts, and it will be done appropriately in the report. And those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Who would like to go next with comments? Commissioner Bonderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate Commissioner Wiscombe's comments. She took several of mine, and I just want to tell her personally that I'm grateful. It gives me the opportunity to speak a little bit less today. I just wanted to piggyback on her very last comment and just add the point that I would really appreciate seeing details in this report that focuses on not only development at the larger scale and those incentives that come with larger developments, but also to really provide attention to small property owners that seem to often get missed when we have conversations like this. There are obviously a lot of small properties on the parcel map, and it's really important, I believe, for us to look at the entire range and to address the details all the way down to the smallest options, and of course, the larger options that we are often focused on nonetheless. Beyond that, I'm really looking forward to looking at the data that's pulled together, the reference points on how they found relevancy to previous reports, as I mentioned when we spoke with Mr. Barker about how I'd really like to understand those connections to the previous reports. And so those previous report efforts have not been lost. In fact, they continue to be relevant, and how we can build on those types of data. I only listed some examples, but Cosmont, Novak, and even the extensive efforts of the AIA SHRED, I hope that we don't lose those in the mix. I also would like to end with the concept that Commissioner Wiscombe touched on, but it's extremely important to me as well. Tangible, measurable ways for us to make sure that we're hitting milestones, goals, and finding success points. You know, what do we need to get to where we want to go? And so I'm really looking forward to the report that's coming our way. Thank you to everyone involved. It's obviously a very long time coming, but it's a very exciting time. Very, very, very anxious to see what comes next. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed.
Yes. Okay. Well, I also would emphasize a diverse stakeholder group. Also support a different word for that, and that those groups be that group be as large as possible and as diverse as possible, and that the group be categorized where possible. I think I do have some concern that the group is too small and the time frame is a little too tight, but I understand that staff has to work with that. So I know this isn't a part of the plan, but I want to state it. I think determining feasibility of adaptive reuse, primarily in our business corridors and our downtown, is essential, as well as the feasibility and prototypes for public-private partnerships on city lots. That was a big part of, or that was an element of our economic development manager's plan, and I think we need to emphasize that. I agree the report should be as objective as possible. I think you're on your way to that. I also would encourage a real sensitivity to these edge conditions in some of these sensitive and historic single-family neighborhoods. And I would also support a sufficient attention being given to ownership units, and potentially incentivizing those as equal to rental units. It'd be great if more attention can be given to these smaller lots, primarily in the downtown, and consideration of maybe a tiered FAR there. And then, I know this isn't directly related, but to Chair Schwartz's point, I would really encourage expediting the effort in determining moderate income ADUs. I think that's a real opportunity for us, or has been a missed opportunity. So hopefully we can get going on that sooner rather than later. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to comment? My colleagues, Vice Chair Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support many of the comments that my fellow commissioners have made. I won't add too much, just congratulations or thanks to staff and the consultant that we're working with. I think we're on our way to some really good information, and I look forward to those discussions in October. I do have I did want to highlight my support for Mr. Frederick's idea of having multiple tiers, and with added affordability, you would get a higher FAR, and perhaps even some more flexible development standards. So wanted to throw that out there, and if you could incorporate that in this feasibility study, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would like to support Mr. Frederick's suggestion about one of the greatest incentives would be a higher FAR. And I think we're like wasting an opportunity by not starting low FARs and then allowing higher ones with the greater affordability that might be provided. I also would urge the use of the word protecting of historic resources, and also consideration of the edge conditions. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, very good. And I'm guessing that Commissioner Higgins has left us now. He had a 5 o'clock stop time. I really don't have too much to add. My colleagues have discussed quite a bit, and most of what they've said reflects my views as well. The category of adaptive reuse, and if I understood Mr. Barker and Ms. Metzger clearly, especially in response to a question from Commissioner Reed, sounds like that has not been incorporated into the economic analysis and feasibility. And I think it's a must, not just kind of a nice to have. I think for so many reasons, it's important to look at, to focus on and prioritize how we can reuse our current built environment. Where at all possible, where the property owner is willing to, and we can provide the right policies and permit path to reusing materials and building structures that already exist. Again, where feasible. Certainly if it's overly cost prohibitive to do that versus in terms of, let's say, current California building standards versus tearing it down and creating a brand new building, then so be it. But I don't think that we've set as a value for ourselves in our policy making and in our permit processing enough of an encouragement or incentive on adaptive reuse throughout the city, but certainly in the central business district. So I would strongly encourage that be incorporated into the outreach and analytics that BAE is doing. So that's it from me. Any colleagues want to comment further before I ask Ms. Metzger if there's any other information, or Ms. Brooke, welcome.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I didn't realize you were going to ask if other colleagues wanted to chime in. I can wait to make my comments and to see if there's other commissioners first.
Okay. I don't see any other webcams on, but I'll wait a moment. You can hang on, hang in, hang out. I don't know what term should I use. Well, Ms. Brooke, come on back. It looks like there won't be any other webcams coming on right now.
Thank you. I wanted to take a moment just to make a couple of comments based on what we've heard today, and wanted to touch on the subject matter experts. We've heard that that's obviously very important input for BAE to consider. Talking to these folks who have experience doing housing developments in the city, we intentionally tried to identify, knowing we had a tight timeline and a limited budget, we intentionally tried to identify people who have been involved in multiple projects over different periods of time in the city, and also in some cases have different hats that they wear in that process, so that there is that diversity. So hopefully through that, BAE was able to, ask a lot of the questions. Staff was not in those meetings. We intentionally did not want to be in them so that the subject matter experts could be completely free to share whatever concerns, ideas that they had. So we were not in those conversations. And also we really intended this hearing to be another input point for BAE and for staff to consider what questions we've heard today, what issues are important. As another opportunity, subject matter experts, the Planning Commission, and the public comment we heard today represent other things for us to consider. And that's why we wanted to come to the Planning Commission this early in the study, so that we could take that into consideration. And then in terms of adaptive reuse, that is very much on our radar for incentivizing adaptive reuse through development standards. It wasn't within BAE's scope of work because their charge was to really look at developing, analyzing the proposed FAR map, which really is most applicable to brand new developments. Not so much adaptive reuse, because in those cases you largely have the building you have and you might just change what's inside. So the FAR may not change. I mean, it could. People could add on to an existing building. So I do understand that might shift the economic model that way. I think it's a pretty unique set of circumstances that would be hard for them to analyze and apply across just the variety of existing buildings we have. But do know that that is something we certainly want to try to incentivize in a variety of other ways in our total housing program. So I just want to make sure that we've heard that. We appreciate that, and we just really appreciate your time today, giving us your input and asking these good questions.
Thank you. Yes, and I'd like to acknowledge our terrific long-range planning staff. We have Mr. Gullett, Ms. Metzger, also our city planner, Ms. Brooke, I'm sure as a part of this larger team effort working with BAE. So thanks to all. And unless you have anything else, Ms. Metzger, you're the project lead here. Is there anything you'd like to say in conclusion before we close out this item?
Thank you, Chair Swartz. There's nothing else I can add to what Ms. Brooke just said. So thank you and have a great night.
Okay, thank you. With that, we are ready to conclude this item. And let's bring us back then to our full agenda. And it's now at our administrative agenda portion of our hearing. Any committee and liaison reports? I know that Mr. Higgins has had to leave, so we're not going to have a staff hearing officer report. Commissioner Bonderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I have two ABR dates that I'd like to present to you all. The first one is July 12th. There were two projects on that date that would be of interest to us here. The first one is a concept review of a new multi-unit residence that uses the average unit size density program. It is located at 827 Orange Avenue. And this project proposes a unit mix of 3 2-bedroom units, which range from between 875 to 1,033 square feet, with an average unit size of 947 feet. The reason this is interesting is because it falls within the medium-sized density residential, which allows between 15 and 27 dwelling units per acre, and this maximizes their proposal for all 27 dwelling units on the site. Lastly, it proposes to retain the existing single unit residence, but what it does is then proposes to construct a new 2-story, 2-unit residence. So it adds units there to the property. This project is continued indefinitely with comment. The next 2 items were both from the July 26th agenda for ABR, and both of them are actually coming to Planning Commission, which is why I wanted to bring them to our attention here today. The first one is located at, yes, excuse me, I just want to make sure I say them in order. The first one is a review after final approval, and I know that this doesn't happen very often, but it's located at 801 Cliff Drive. And what it is a review after final approval requested for changes to the landscape plan, which was actually approved way back in November of 2016. So the project was approved to address violations in an enforcement case for extensive unpermitted tree removals back at that time in 2016. They also had landscape alterations, architectural changes, and other site improvements that were done that did not match the approvals. So today, at this time, the current request is for ABR to review after final review of those proposed changes to the landscape plan so that the plans actually match existing conditions on site, as well as request to plant different trees. Their particular details can be found. If you're interested, you can find that on the July 26th agenda minutes, as well as in the video. But the project will then need to come to the Planning Commission meeting for comments on those requested changes. And then comments from ABR as well as Planning Commission would be considered by the Community Development Director to make ministerial determination as whether the proposed changes are in substantial conformance with the approved CDP. So there's quite a bit of steps here, a little bit out of what we usually see, but kind of interesting nonetheless. And the second project is also coming, second and last project that I'm reporting on today from this agenda is coming to Planning Commission as well. This one is a continued item for conceptual review located at 621 West Mitchell-Trena Street. And it requires Planning Commission review for the following applications. So there's a CUP to allow state licensed medical clinic to operate in the CR commercial restricted zone, and a development plan for a non-residential floor area and a parking modification to allow fewer parking spaces than required. And just to wrap it up, I'll just let you all know that this proposal is to demolish an existing 2-story, 4,000 square foot medical and professional office building. And in its place, they'd like to construct a 3-story, 10,338 square foot medical and dental clinic for the Santa Barbara Neighborhood Clinic's new West Side Clinic. So that's coming to us. Keep your eyes open. And if you're interested in anything having to do with that, please refer back to July 26th. This project was continued indefinitely with comments. Thank you. That concludes my reports for today.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday's Historic Landmarks Commission once again reviewed 630 Chapala Street, which is a mixed-use project with 39 units. The second one to come before the city with no parking at all provided. And they sent it on to the Planning Commission. It will be going back for further design refinements. So they were generally, HLC was generally happy with what was presented, but it will be coming to the Planning Commission next week for some findings that the Planning Commission has to make.
Okay, very good. Anyone else for any other committee or liaison reports? Okay, with that, I think our business today is concluded. I'd be remiss if I didn't encourage everyone to please, each of us do our parts in terms of public health. We're at, again, a very kind of tipping point, dangerous tipping point with this new Delta variant. And for our children in school and our economic vitality, along with local government being able to do its business for the people, you'll see that where we were hoping to be back at City Hall and Chambers this month, we cannot. And now we do not know when we're going to be able to return. I'm in continuous communication with Mr. Busk about that, but not in a good place in terms of cases on the rise. So please, for everyone, let's just go ahead and do our parts. And I think if that happens, you know, we'll see our way back to some public health improvements, and that will allow all of us to feel better and be better and overall health and welfare to our community. So with that, please be well, everyone, and we will see you all again soon. Thank you so much. Bye.